Okay, so welcome everyone. It's so lovely to have you all with us for Scotland's Climate Week and the build-up to Green Libraries Week, and marking the second anniversary of our programme CILIPSGoGreen, celebrating the unique link between libraries and sustainability here in CILIPS Scotland. As Cicero put it, if you have a garden and a library, you have everything you need. And we believe that libraries absolutely have a unique role to play in not just greening operations, but inspiring their communities and spreading the word about why environmental action is more necessary now than ever. So I will race through our eco-friendly housekeeping because we've got a lot to cover today. My name is Kirsten. I'm Membership Officer for CILIPS Scotland and Moderator of the Green Libraries Network. We're also joined by Sean, the Head of CILIPS, and Leah, a Graduate Trainee. So if you need anything throughout, please don't hesitate to let us know in the chat. Captions are enabled. You can turn these on or off according to your preference using the controls at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you could keep your mics muted for now, so that we can hear the presentations, that'd be fantastic. But of course, a key principle of climate action, climate justice is hearing from diverse voices. So we will be hearing from you before the day is out, don't worry. And you're very welcome to have your cameras on or off. You're aware that we are recording today's session, but it's in speaker mode, so we won't be seeing much of you at all. And we are a hearty number here today, so if you're struggling with bandwidth at all, feel free to just pop the camera off. And with that, I think let's get on with the sustainability show. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague Sean now to introduce our first session. Thanks, everyone.
Hello all, I hope you can hear me okay, and thanks for joining us, and thanks to Kirsten for pulling together such a fantastic programme. Really looking forward to hearing all the speakers today. The first piece of work that we'll be highlighting was funded by the CILIPS Research Fund, which is a fund which we have had running for the last couple of years, and this offers financial support to research that will enrich library advocacy in some way. So when reminding the world of why libraries are so essential, there's a key argument to be made emphasising the community impact of library-led environmental action, which is why we were really pleased to see this particular project take place along with some of the others that we've funded through this and the Green Libraries Fund. So I'm delighted to introduce Lara Quinney, Green Champion and MAP's Reading Room Manager from the National Library of Scotland. And Lara, and I think a colleague as well, will be sharing the National Library of Scotland's plan to research, review and adapt the Carbon Literacy for Museums Toolkit. And this is to create a tailored carbon literacy for libraries toolkit. The toolkit will aim to provide a comprehensive introduction to carbon literacy, empowering library staff, wherever they are, to take action to reduce their services' carbon footprint through training and resources cascaded to the wider sector. And this will aim to empower us all to make informed decisions and practical measures that support a sustainable working practice and allow us to advocate for changes required across our sector to help tackle climate change. So thank you for joining us, National Library of Scotland colleagues. Really pleased to have you here, and I'll now pass over to you to present from here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Sean. Yes, so you're going to be hearing from me and from Julie Bond, who is our Head of Collection Care at the National Library of Scotland. As we're first up in the morning, we thought we would check that you were all awake and alert, and just introduce carbon literacy with a quick quiz to see what you know, and we'll be talking through the answers to the slides and what they mean. We're using Menti for the quiz. Hopefully what you're seeing on your screen is either a QR code if you want to do the quiz on a smartphone or tablet, or otherwise if you go to www.menti.com and you'll be prompted for a code, and if you can put in that code 4934141, that should get you into the quiz. So the code is 4934141, and hopefully, oh, look at all of you coming in. This is so exciting. Right, I'll just hold on a moment as people are joining, get everyone into play, and then we will be starting off with the quiz. Very exciting to see you all getting in there. Right, a few more coming in. If anyone's having any problems, if you put up a note in the chat, and we will do our best to help. But as I say, it's menti.com, and then it's that 8-digit code, which I meant to put in the chat. I'm just realizing I never put it in the chat. Oops, let me put it in the chat. It's in the chat if anyone's needing it there. Right, okay. If people are ready to test their knowledge, I think we should get going with this quiz. Let's have a go for the first question. Sorry, right, everyone ready to go? Let's press enter. Right, so the faster you answer, more points you get. Gram for gram, which of these greenhouse gases has the greatest global warming potential? So choose which one you think the right answer is out of methane, carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and fluoride gases. See, lots of answers are coming in here. This is good. Okay. So the right answer, I'm afraid, a bit of a nasty question, is fluoride gases. And this is because gram for gram, fluorides actually are between 10 and 10,000 times bigger impact than carbon dioxide. But worldwide, we release far larger quantities of carbon dioxide. And that's why when we talk about our carbon footprint, we talk in the carbon dioxide equivalent. And so we're basically, for the different gases, we convert them so that we have one standard, the carbon dioxide equivalent, to discuss. Okay, so, let's see who's in the lead. Oh, Louise and VoteGoat look to be our leaders. So on we go for our next question. And this time we're going to talk about temperature. Average global temperatures in July 2023 were record-breaking. How many degrees above the 15.8 C average for the 20th century? 0.6, 0.9, 1.1, or 1.3? This is averaged, obviously, over the world. Oh, 12 of you got that one right. Well done. I can see Kirsten doing a big cheer up. Okay, so as this map shows, we had big increase across the world, higher than the average temperature. The July global surface temperature was 1.12 centigrade. And for anyone who likes Fahrenheit, that's 2.02 Fahrenheit above the 20th century average. And this is the first time the July temperature exceeded 1 degree C above the long-term average. So it was a bit of a shock this year. How's that done to our leaderboard? Ooh, it's getting quite close at the top there. Louise is doing good. Okay, let's have another question for you. What's the estimated carbon footprint of a paperback book? And this is from Tim Berners-Lee's book, How Bad Are Bananas? And I should say, the footprint of a banana is 110 grams, if that helps you get a feel for what a book might be. Hey, well done, lots of you. Yes, average footprint of a paperback book is about 1 grams. It does depend. Some publishers are taking a lot of effort to reduce the carbon footprint of their books. It's about 400 grams carbon dioxide equivalent if everything's recycled paper, every copy's sold. 1 kilogram's about typical, 2 kilograms if you're talking virgin paper, really big thick books, half the copies pulp because they don't sell. So if you think about this from a library point of view, if you buy a paperback book, it's borrowed 5 times from your library, instead of 5 copies being purchased, then that saved 4 kilograms of carbon. So how are we doing here? Got a new leader. Well done, Croc. On we go. 4th question. We'd like to know, talk about paperback books, what do you reckon the carbon footprint of an e-reader is? So what do you think your Kindle might have? Now, this doesn't include electricity consumption. It doesn't include the networks hosting, facilitating the download of ebooks. This is just the actual Kindle itself. What do you think the estimated carbon footprint is of that? 36 kilograms is what Tim Berners-Lee calculated it as. So I think this sort of a message, if it's 1 kilogram for your average paperback book, 36 kilograms for a Kindle, carbon footprint's probably not a reason why you might swap to a Kindle unless you are a very big bookworm. And even then, if you're borrowing books from libraries, buying secondhand, sharing with friends, you'd have other ways of reducing the carbon footprint of your book addiction. Okay, so where did that leave the leaderboard? Looks like, oh, Kirsten's doing good there. But it's still Croc that's in the lead. And on to our final question. And this is one about us in Scotland and how we're getting on. Did the Scottish Government achieve its carbon emissions targets for 2021, which is the last year there's been the full reporting on? So they were aiming for a reduction of 51.1% from the 2009 baseline. Do we think they achieved it? Yes or no? Most of you were quite right to be sceptical. I'm afraid the bad news is they achieved a 49.9 reduction. And last results go in. Here we go. And it looks like our winner is Croc with 2,836 points. So just to let you see at the end, Scottish emission reduction targets, the Scottish Government has basically set itself a target that gets increasingly difficult as every year passes, with the aim ultimately of 100% reduction by 2045. So this year's target is 56.4% reduction from the baseline. So just a wee reminder for us of why everyone is needing to learn about our carbon footprint and understand what actions we can take to have an impact on this if we're going to achieve this target. Right, so I'm going to stop sharing. Croc, whoever you are, if you would like to make yourself known in the chat or to me or Julie, we have a book token for our winner, so very well done to you, and we will organise getting that out to you after the event. If you want to just identify yourself in the chat, or if you email, I'll just pop my email address in, and Julie can pop hers in. You can email us so we can sort out getting an address off you and posting that out. Or I think we'll email you a virtual one, so we'll email you a digital one. Oh, Kate Marshall, right. Huge. Everyone give a wee clap to Kate. Congratulations. I'm going to hand on to Julie now to tell you about our plans for carbon literacy training.
Thanks, Lara. Master quiz master that you are. I think that was really a good way to get us all in the mood. Yeah, so as Sean said, we've just got a little bit of time to update everyone on the project that we're undertaking at the National Library of Scotland. As Lara said, I'm Julie Bond, Head of Collections Care, and Lara and I are working quite closely on this project at the library. So we just wanted to tell you a little bit about it and then maybe see how we might get you all involved. I'm afraid I don't have any slides, so you're just stuck with looking at us. But, you know, that's all good. So what kicked a lot of this off for us at the library was the design and the writing of a carbon action plan for the library as a whole, which was a project that was led by an intern that we brought in, and there was lots of stakeholders and breakout rooms and groups working on different parts of the carbon action plan and climate action plan, sorry. And Lara and our colleague Megan are now coordinators for that plan. So some responsibility sits with them to kind of nudge people who've offered to deliver actions against it, or responsible departments that need to focus on doing things slightly differently. And Lara was very nice in the way that she nudged us as Collections Care, because there's quite a few actions in that plan that we have a responsibility to try and help deliver. So some of these are connected to environmental controls and how we manage the spaces in which our collections are stored, and how can we do that in an energy efficient way. Some things are connected to integrated pest management, which we lead on in our team. So making sure that we are protecting our collections against pests, and climate has an impact on the types and number of pests that we see in cultural heritage, and the risk that they bring. So there's a lot to do with boxing our collections to try and protect them, and that was part of our team's remit as well. And then there's quite a lot of actions connected to emergency response and resilience, and making sure our buildings are fit for purpose and that we are all ready to respond if there are instances perhaps related to increased rainfall and sudden weather events such as that. So this is the kind of context in which we were working. So out of that, our team decided to undertake a sustainability review of our collections care department. So we brought in an expert, Lorraine Finch, to come and audit everything we do in the department and provide us with some recommendations around how we might work more sustainably in our department, with the view that we would then share that more widely. There were a few things that came out of that around managing waste and how we might reuse materials in the conservation studio, and think quite carefully about the decisions we make, when to treat and how, and how to manage all of that. Also maybe about sharing resources with other similar teams in the city, and a real focus on exhibition sustainability for us, which is another kind of developing area for us. On the back of all this, we decided, actually one of the recommendations was to just raise the bar in terms of our own understanding and knowledge. So we then contracted Lorraine to deliver us carbon literacy training as a team, and we opened this up, and so the lovely Lara and other colleagues across the library joined us to participate in the carbon literacy training. It was based on the museum's toolkit, and it's a really excellent course. I would highly recommend it, but we are looking at developing a version for libraries, a bespoke version, because basically we enjoyed the training, we learned a lot from it, and part of carbon literacy training is a push to take on individual and collective actions. So the collective action that we all committed to was to develop a library's version of the toolkit. Basically, I think everyone, I'm preaching to the converted here in terms of understanding the sustainability model that libraries represent, and that didn't come through in the training that we participated in, and we feel that's a real gap, and that we can really create something that's quite bespoke, that helps colleagues across the sector, but also reflects all the brilliant work that's already happening in libraries. So we intend to work together with some external stakeholders. We've got a lovely group of people who had volunteered when Lara put out a call. So, and that's nationwide, that's across the UK. And we will develop a version of the toolkit that reflects the great work happening in libraries, that provides advice and guidance for people across the whole sector to consider their own personal sustainability actions and the wider actions. Because linking back to our climate action plan that we've developed, one of the really strong themes within that is wider influence, and making sure that we share our expertise and we learn from others as part of that process. So we have just had our first stakeholder meeting, and that went really well. And we're looking at the museum's toolkit as it exists, and we're identifying areas that we can update and make library focused. So we're really on the hunt for lots of excellent case studies that we can pull into this, because we know that there's lots of activity and really good stuff happening across the sector, and we'd like to pull that in as much as we can. So our timescale for the project is that we, thanks to the wonderful CILIPS funding that we have, we're able to work on this, and we will develop our library version of the toolkit over the next few months, where we've got a kind of sustained period of focus on it up till about December. And then in January, we plan to pull the toolkit together The toolkit being PowerPoint presentations and trainer notes, quite a big thick binder of trainer notes, so that whoever delivers the training has all the information that they need to make it effective. So we'll be pulling all of that together. The toolkit itself that we develop then has to go back to the Carbon Literacy Project as the group that oversees all of this training, just so that they can check that it's all accurate and that they can accredit it and sign it off. And then once that's done, we'll be in a position to start delivering training within our organisation, within our stakeholders' organisations, and more widely across the sector. And the idea with carbon literacy training is that it's a root and branch model. So as soon as you've had the training, you're then in a position to send that training on, train others, and we kind of build that strength across the sector in quite an organic way. So yeah, we are on the scrounge for lots of your excellent case studies, and we're really excited to hear from people across the sector to build this toolkit and make it relevant and valuable for everyone. So we are just at the start of the process, but I'm going to hand back to Lara, and she'll update you on the next steps for us.
Oh, thank you, Julie. So yes, as Julie said, we're just starting the process of overhauling the museum's toolkit and looking at what we want to swap in, what the case studies we want to focus to make them more library relevant, the information we want to include for you. And we thought this was a wonderful chance, as we're at the start of the process, to get lots of librarians to tell us what they would like. And so for the rest of this session, what we're really wanting to do is hear what would make things relevant for you. What would you like to hear? What would you like to know? So I'm just going to quickly share a screen that's got a QR code on again if people want to use phones. It's got a link, and I've put the link in the chat as well. And this is to a Padlet, which I'm going to swap to in a moment. And that's basically a sort of open board that you can just start basically popping on anything you'd like to give us ideas about what is most relevant, what's most useful for you. So let me just swap that again and share my screen. And I'm just going to basically go through. We came up with loads of questions we would like to ask you. So I'm going to ask you those in turn. And please just start popping on there and letting us know what it is you would like. So the first question is, what topics would you want to include? It's aimed to be a day's worth of training, can be split into 2 half days. And during that day, what do you think are the questions you would come with that you would be really keen to have answered when you were doing the training? So, for example, are you wanting facts on climate science? Are you wanting ideas about how to engage audiences on the topic? Are you wanting more information about, how do you understand your own carbon footprint? How do you understand the carbon footprint of your library? So yeah, please just start throwing things on there. Or if you see someone's put a great idea on, please give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down so that we can see what's the most important things for you, what topics you'd love us to be putting in there. And then our second question, I think the really crucial question here, because we want this to be good for you, is how can we make this relevant for you? If we're doing carbon literacy for libraries training, what is it that's going to make this really relevant, really helpful for you? So, for example, ideas we've already got are things like case studies from other libraries. And as I say, as Julie mentioned, if you're sitting there thinking, my library's doing something brilliant at the minute, I would love to let other people know about it. Or we did this really interesting project last year where we looked at the carbon impact of our events program or something. Brilliant. That's exactly the sort of stuff we'd love to hear about, would love to include, would love to make relevant to people. So yes, please shove it in there. Oh, actually, yeah, include the NHS as well. So yes, we want this to be cross-sector. On the project team at the moment, we've got representatives currently from university libraries, from public libraries, got ourselves in the National Library. I've also got the Royal Conservatory of Scotland, which is an academic, but perhaps a bit more specialist one. But actually, yes, if there's a health librarian sitting there going, I'd love to join the team. That is a sector we currently don't have a member of, and we would love to have you in the project team if you're interested. Is there also, to make it relevant, do you want country-specific info? Do you find some of the training perhaps doesn't focus enough on the situation in Wales, on the situation in England, the situation in Scotland? So anything like that, just let us know. Next question, what resources would you like to have at the end of the training? So if you are coming to a day's training, what would you like to go away with at the end? As Julie was saying, the aim of what we develop is that there'll be a complete slideshow and full trainer's notes, so that someone who's done the training is then given access to those and can cascade to others in their own organisation or other organisations. And that's got everything, full notes on the different case studies, links to further information they can send people on to. A one-pager you can stick up near your desk with the key takeaways, spaced right in your pages. Oh, I like that. That is a really nice. I'm just gonna give that one a like now while I'm looking at it. But also, for example, do you want further reading? Do you want sort of ways of contacting people who've run the case study so you can contact them for more detail? Are you wanting basically lots of good links to good websites you can share with colleagues? What's going to make this great for you at the end of the session? I'm just going to move this along slightly. Our next question, this is the practicalities. Again, how do we make this work for you? The training's intended to take a day. There's both an in-person and an online version of the package created, so the trainer's notes work whether you're delivering it remotely or whether you're delivering it to people in person. And it could be done as a full day of training or as 2 half days. It'd be really nice for us, because we're planning to deliver some training sessions that you can all hopefully sign up to next year, to know what's going to be most useful for you personally. So I've actually put 4 options here. I'd love to see some voting. There's online as 2 half days, online 1 full day, in person 2 half days, in person full day. I think probably and this is where, again, having this project team that's spread across the country, we've got partners in England, we've got partners in Wales, partners in Scotland. So in-person sessions hopefully can then be delivered sort of a bit of a good geographic spread. But obviously we're aware not everyone's able to travel in person, so also online sessions as well. But it'd be really nice to just get that feel, if we're planning these, what's going to be most useful. I'm seeing lots of thumbs up for onlines at the moment, so that's really useful information for us to know. But also any sort of comments you want to make about, you know, December's a rubbish month, don't do it in December, or yeah, anything helpful you can tell us. We want to know about that, so we make our training sessions relevant. And I should say, when you've then got the kit, if you're delivering in your organisation, I suppose you then have that flexibility. You even could like spread it into, you know, sort of 4 shorter sessions if you're delivering to teams in your organisations. But I think for us and our partners, would be looking at doing a full day or 2 half day training sessions. Do you see this perhaps as a networking chance? Do you think that having done the course is the things you'd like maybe to have available afterwards? So, for example, do you think you might want to keep in touch with the people who were on the course with you? Maybe that way you can encourage each other to try and stick to the goals that you've set yourselves, take on the challenges you've set, or perhaps wider, not just people who were on the session you were on, but everyone who's doing this training, if we found some way of having a network going. Or actually, is it better just for us, the course, to then signpost you to existing green networks so that you can talk to, you know, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. Is it better that we're just maybe directing people to things like the Green Libraries Network? So yeah, let us know what you think would be good for you, what you would like to have available at the end of the course. And then finally, any other good ideas people have? So those were our initial set of questions, but basically any other brilliant ideas you've got, just start shoving them in that final column, because, as I say, we want to make this course really relevant. We want this to be a course that works for all of you. So everything you can tell us now while we're at the starting of the planning session means we can make sure we take your ideas on board and we incorporate them as we're designing the training. Let's move back on and see. So care of heritage collections, so look at some of the topics people have put on. Care of heritage collections often stored in heritage buildings. Yeah, so is that also perhaps it's about the care of the collections, but maybe also about care of the buildings as well, and how our buildings and the green footprint of them? Climate anxiety tools to support users. Yes, no, I agree that, yeah, that's very much a sort of a key question for us when we're addressing this topic. That's definitely, climate anxiety can be a real issue, and something we want to be helping people learn about the topic, but not feeling overwhelmed and not feeling under too much pressure. Practical idea for changes. That's lovely. And so that really ties in with having some good case studies there about what people have done and the impact that that's had for their service and what that's helped them achieve in terms of cutting carbon emissions. About mitigation adaptation in a library context. Yeah, that's, as Julie was saying, that's some of the areas we've had to put in our own climate action plan, and we've had to think about some of the how to sort of try and mitigate some of the effects of climate change. And now that's a really good one there, respect of the digital library as well as the physical, because you're right, in terms of our carbon footprint, it's not just the physical things, there's very much that digital presence and what is the climate impact of that. Yeah. Oh, how to influence decision makers about the importance of sustainability. Yeah, so vital for all of us, especially the way some of the news has gone in the past week and how we get this conversation going again. Our own climate footprint. Networks for sharing resources and waste management. That's all really helpful. Thank you so much. Make clear libraries, a lot of changes are out of our control for funding, but we can influence. So building adaptations, helping us out what funds are out there. That's a really good point, and about relevant funds. Library specific examples and case studies. Relevant to mobile library users. Now that's a lovely one. Let's make sure that gets included. And relevant to school libraries. And just looking at what you've said about resources. By the way, Sean, shout, I can't remember what our finishing time was meant to be, so please kick me if I'm talking and you need me to stop.
I've just messaged him this second, Lara, to say there's no rush whatsoever. This is so helpful.
Oh, no, take another 2 minutes, yeah, sort of 5 minutes or so would be.
Okay, that's fine, but yes. What I was going to say as well, this Padlet will stay open after the event today. So if you're even like later on today, you're sitting there thinking, oh, actually, that would be great to have in the training. Please just keep adding. It's brilliant. What we'll then do next week is I'll basically sort of summarize everything that's come in, and I'll share that with our project partners so they can see what you're all asking for and what we need to make sure we include in the training plans. But yes, it's not going to close when we finish this session. It'll stay open. So yeah, if you have ideas today, if you have ideas over the weekend, ideas next week, just keep dropping them in there, and we would love to hear what you want. Resources at the end. Library specific suppliers that good green credentials. That's really helpful. Competency training we can deliver to users as well as librarians or trainers. That's perhaps challenging, but that's certainly a good one for us to think about, and looking maybe what's already out there that we can share. Networking info, yeah. Yes to further reading. Evidence-based, useful papers and sources. I think that is something that very much is in the trainer's notes for the museums toolkit. They've done a really good job that as they created this, they've put really full references to where things come from. And so that's very much the model we're following, that as we add new case studies and new slides, that we will need to make sure the trainer's notes have that full reference section so that you can feel confident following things up and referring people on to what's already taken place. Oh, elevator pitch. Now that's quite a nice task idea for when we're doing the training days, and giving you that elevator pitch challenge of how you would tell this to someone. Templates for climate action plan. Ooh, exciting. I like that idea as well. Cascading the training. I said very much what this model's all about, that the idea is that we can train some of you. We will keep offering training sessions, but to get across librarians across the country, when you've done the course, the hope is that you can then take on the challenge of sharing that with colleagues. Okay. And just let's have a quick see how the voting is going. So online half days, online full days, that's pretty evenly split actually. Nobody likes in-person half days, but some people like in-person full days. So that's all good to know from you all. And networking opportunities. Monthly, quarterly meeting for colleagues to check in. Great for network constantly adds more case studies and chats to each other. Yeah, and I see lots of likes for that one, and I think that's really lovely to hear. Other ideas, sustainability questions for tender procurement exercise. Discuss the amount of books and stories themselves from improving our climate literacy. That's like lovely ideas for like a sort of library bookshelf on those topics. Well, as we could have things like posters, social media slides, add details to. Some brilliant ideas there. Well, thank you all so much. As I say, this is going to stay open for the next few weeks. So later today or next week, if ideas come to you, please just keep adding them, and also feel free to share that with colleagues as well. If you've got colleagues in your organisation who you know would like to make comments on this, absolutely fine to share that URL and they can keep adding to this. I'm going to stop sharing now and hand you back to Sean, but thank you so much. It's been really, really helpful to hear what you'd like and to inform us as we step forward on this project.
No, thank you, Lara, thank you, Julie. That was fantastic, and thank you for taking the lead on this. It really is a great piece of work, but also doing it in such a kind of co-designed way, or at least finding ways to get different people's voices in there. I think this will be really useful. We've a piece of work later on that we'll be discussing. Some research that we're working with the University of Strathclyde on. We had a survey and we found that a lot of people are doing things, but there's others that just feel that they're still at the very early part of this journey. So I think having this toolkit will be a real help. So thank you so much for this pioneering piece of work, as Kirsten says. So thanks again for joining us. I think probably the Padlet allowed everyone to kind of get their views across. If there's any quick questions that anyone has, I'll give you a sort of 20 seconds to put them in the chat, but we're running close to time, so we may just move on at this point. Though, Lara, I know you've put your email address in the chat, so if anyone does want to get in touch about how they can get involved in any of this, I assume they can give you a shout. And
also, I'm on the Green Libraries Network, so I'm also happy to take questions there. If people think about things after the event, you can email me, or if you think maybe it'd be good for other people to have a say so as well, if you pop the question on the Green Libraries Network, and I'll be keeping an eye out, and I'll definitely respond to you there as well.
Yeah. And it's so good to see that this is a UK-wide piece of work that could be used everywhere. So thank you. Okay, thanks again. I'm now going to pass on to my colleague Leah, who will be chairing the next session. So Leah, passing over to you. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Lovely to see so many faces for the Scotland's Green Library gathering. So next up, we're introducing two of our outstanding Green Library Scotland Grant Fund recipient updates, learning all about their works in progress. So first up, it's Kat Stevenston from North Ayrshire Libraries, a project that is led by Literacy and Play Coordinator Mary Cook. So Stevenston has been selected as one of Scotland's first climate action towns, and the library's project will focus on providing spaces, expertise and opportunities to engage the community in discussions and activities about climate change and its impact, as well as promoting what action individuals, families and communities can make to encourage taking agency for change. So Green Libraries Kat Stevenston ensures that the library plays a central part in this place-based climate action process through working with partners to provide a wide range of resources and activities which will raise awareness and engagement, including development of a climate classroom, author visits, collaborations with local artists, a seed library, a climate cinema, all things that I've never even heard of, and a hashtag NA One More Thing social media campaign, encouraging communities to commit to one more thing to collectively combat climate change. A lot of alliterative C's in that last sentence. So with that, Mary, welcome, and would you please tell us some more about your project?
Thanks, Leah. I don't think I need to say anything now. I think you've covered everything really. So if you could just give me a second while I try and share my screen. Hi, as Leah said, I'm Mary Cook. I'm Literacy and Play Coordinator for North Ayrshire Council, and we bid for the Green Libraries Fund to run a project called Kat Stevenston. So if I just give you a bit of the background into that. As Leah said, Stevenston in 2021 was selected as one of Scotland's first climate action towns. It was initially 7 towns, it's now 9, but it's a Scottish Government funded project delivered by Architects and Design Scotland to look at how we can protect Scotland from the impacts of climate change through adaptation. So we've been attending the meetings, there's regular workshops and meetings that take place. So library staff have been attending these, and we were looking at how can we cement ourselves really as central to this whole process. This is the picture there is our library in Stevenston. We share the library with our colleagues in Community Learning and Development and also CEIS, who deliver employability services for the council. So we're already a real community hub, and there's lots of people coming in and out of the library for different reasons. So we really wanted to be at the heart of this conversation about climate change in the town. So the Green Libraries Fund just came out at the perfect time for us to be able to do that. And I said to Kirsten previously, I've never been so excited about getting funding for a project. It was like when the email came in, it was like exam day when you want to open your letter, but you don't want to open it. But we were just really delighted to be selected. The second reason why we chose Stevenston is because of an area called the Ardeer Peninsula. So it's a large sand dune system in Stevenston. And in 1871, Alfred Noble established one of the largest explosive manufacturing companies in the world. And that ran until the early 1990s when it closed its doors. And it was basically abandoned and left to rewild to nature. So it has 1,500 species have been recorded at Ardeer, which is 2/3 of invertebrates. So it's one of the most important sites for insects in Scotland. And it's also thought to be the best site in Scotland for solitary bees and wasps. But it is constantly under threat from developers and also rising sea levels, which is a problem in the area. So we want to focus our outdoor learning on the Ardeer Peninsula to raise awareness of just how important it is, not just to North Ayrshire, but actually to Scotland as a whole. And this book here called Islands of Abandonment by Kat Flynn, it's actually featured in this book. I was really overjoyed when I read that, when I was reading the book, and all of a sudden a section on the Ardeer Peninsula came up. So this book about Kat Flynn has travelled around the world, going into places where humans have abandoned and to actually find out what happens when nature is left to reclaim the space. So if you're interested in rewilding, I can really recommend that book. So one of the things that we're planning to do is our climate classroom. So we already have a really well-established programme of class visits in all our libraries in North Ayrshire. So we're going to focus these in Stevenston on the next 6 months around climate. So we have 4 primary schools, a secondary school and a special school who all visit the library regularly. So we are going to work with partners to develop activities themed around climate, like eco-crafts, author visits. We're going to do some creative writing with a local poet, and also we're going to look at nature walks in the Ardeer area. We're also going to work more in depth with a class. I think we're probably going to work with 2 schools to create a piece of artwork that reflects the children's hopes for their town in a climate stable world, because quite often the focus on climate is quite negative and quite frightening for young people. So we want to actually take the other angle as well, that we want to inform them and make them aware of what's happening in the world, but also let's think about that there is hope, there is a chance to change, and it's not all negative. So some of the activities that we're going to offer is our climate cinema. So we're going to offer public viewings of films that are themed around the climate. I think it's called Cli-Fi. So it's films like WALL-E, and we've got, The Day After Tomorrow. So it's fiction films a lot of the time, but that take that environmental theme. We've also, because we're a library, we've also created climate collections of books in physical and on our digital platform. And we are looking to offer Christmas eco-crafts for adults and families. So we've organised rag wreath workshops where people can bring along their old clothes and old rags and create a wreath. We'll be making eco baubles, and we'll also be doing sort of Christmas card crafts with families. So that's working with a couple of our local artists who are also going to work with us with the schools. And we've also launched a campaign called Any One More Thing, which we're going to encourage our communities to commit to doing one more thing to help to reduce the impact of climate change. And we'll display these pledges in our climate corner in the library. You can see from the photo we've bought some litter pickers, so people can come in as groups or individuals if they want to borrow a litter picker. The reason that we're doing this is because I think it can be quite overwhelming when you look at what's been happening, particularly this summer in Greece and China, and flooding and fires, and people can be quite overwhelmed by climate change because it's so big. And I think sometimes we can feel the responsibility is actually, it's the government's, it's their responsibility to do something, and which it absolutely is. But even doing small things as individuals can have a huge impact if we all commit to doing something small. Even things like people can come and recycle their batteries at the library. We'll be encouraging people to do that. We also have a nappy initiative where people can come and test test nappies rather than disposable nappies. So we'll be promoting all these things, even little things like getting people not to run the water when they're brushing their teeth. So it's about saying, well, you can make small changes, and actually these changes, if we all do it collectively, can have a big impact. So this is just a small section, a selection of some of our climate collections, just a small selection of some of the books that we've bought, and also we've bought ebooks online, e-audio books, and our climate cinema, which we'll be launching in October. If you're looking for recommendations to create climate collections in your libraries, I can really recommend the Rebel Library, which is a group of writers and librarians who collect the best literature on climate change. So you can actually go online, if you just Google Rebel Library, it'll take you to the website, and they have a select, they have different lists of books, non-fiction, cli-fi, books for young people and books for children. So it's a really great resource if you're looking for some recommendations. So another aspect of the project is growing. So we're looking to establish a seed library where the public can exchange seeds for growing and for growing their own food. And this is really an extension of a project that we ran just before COVID called Grow North Ayrshire, and it was funded by the Public Library PLIF funding. So it was to bring young people, growers and the communities together to share skills to produce local food in small spaces to reduce food poverty and social isolation. So we established library gardens in some of our public libraries and also our schools, and seed libraries were a part of this. So this is a picture of the seed library at Saltcoats Library. So we have 6 currently. We're about to launch another 3, and one of these will be in Stevenston. So we're having a launch, I think, in the October holidays, and people can come along, and we'll be doing some planting as well. But that will launch the seed library there. And what people do is they come along, they collect seeds, and then we encourage them at the end of the growing season to bring back some of their seeds to replenish. So it's sustainable. And it's been working really, really well over the last few years in our libraries. We're also going to work with local community groups such as Allotments, our North Ayrshire Food Forum and Fairer Food Partnership to reduce the ecological footprint associated with food in North Ayrshire. Because I think, when you look at, we import so much of our food, but as the climate changes, we need to really look at growing more food locally. So that's what we'll be doing. We worked really closely with the Food Forum and Fairer Food Partnership during Grow North Ayrshire, so I'm actually the library rep. So we have really good links already with these groups. So we'll be looking how we can work with them to encourage growing in the community. So some of our outdoor activities that we're looking to do. So some of our staff are about to undertake walk leader training. And then we'll be offering welly walks and buggy walks with children and families in the local area, exploring the area in Ardere. So we've got our first welly walks booked in for the October holidays. So this is kind of an extension of a programme that our outreach team already run with our ranger service called Forest Fun. So they go out into green spaces all over North Ayrshire, and they look at how families can use local natural resources to create activities. So it's not about having to buy a ball or buy a bike, that you can go out into a green area, and there's lots and lots of different things that you can use for transient art and things that you can make and do together as families. So we'll be doing that with our rangers. We'll be doing storytelling sessions on the beach and also guided nature walks, hopefully next year when the weather's a bit better. We're also going to be offering Nordic walking taster sessions. We're working with our active travel hub to promote active travel and transport. So to get people out of cars, we'll be doing sort of introduction to cycling, bike maintenance workshops, and they'll do our Nordic walking taster sessions with us. We have quite a few walking groups already, but we're going to sort of see if there's any interest to have a library walking group as well. So hopefully that'll all start fairly soon. And now I just want to show you a short clip from Climate Action Town's film in relation to Cat Stevenston, if you could just bear with me.
The town of Stevenston rests on the coast of North Ayrshire. With an industrial heritage, it is now home to 2 local nature reserves. Climate Action Towns is working with community groups to develop and include climate change focused actions in the community-led action plan and place plan.
Approximately a year ago, I was advised that Stevenston had been selected as one of 7 Climate Action Towns Stevenston being a coastal town, we have rising sea levels, erosion of our beach, and in the last 2 or 3 years we've had some serious considerable flooding due to ageing infrastructure and problems with our local housing. I think we really need to reach out to schools, as many community groups as we can, even sheltered housing complex and for elderly. It involves us all, it's not just for someone else. I would certainly like to see more active travel and transport. I would also like to see more carbon zero activities and changes. I also hope that our time is not wasted and we see proper funding and that we can really make a difference. Also, long-term residents of Stevenston have experienced change and have the local knowledge. When communities are empowered, there's certainly greater participation in local democracy.
And that's us, Kirsten, thanks.
At the south of the...
So that was really my last slide. So I think just what the council was speaking about is really what we're trying to incorporate by involving the whole community, schools, community groups, because it is really up to all of us. We all have a responsibility to make a difference, or try to make a difference and change our behaviour for our future generations. So I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Mary. I think I can speak for us all when it says that that presentation gave us a lot of homegrown food for thought. I can see in the chat that there aren't any questions yet, but I'll give a few minutes in case anyone's typing rapidly to try and get it in at the end. But there's been a whole lot of praise for what you're doing in Stevenston, especially people commenting on how beautiful the seed library is. And there's also a few suggestions on there for you as well, of different reading lists and all that sort of thing. Great. So I'd encourage anyone that hasn't looked at the chat yet to go and have a look at some of these really helpful, useful links.
Could I also just say part of our project as well is about sustainability. It's about what we don't want is for we do this project and then we don't do anything else. So the plan is that this is our pilot project, the climate classroom, the climate cinema. This is all our pilot. We will be intending on rolling that out to all areas across North Ayrshire after we focused on this particular project in Stevenston. So we are looking at how sustainable this can be and how we can roll it out across other areas in the future.
Fantastic. Well, I know that, you know, the breadth of the project and the fact that it's so multifaceted will give people, you know, if they maybe can't pick up one thing, they can do another and that sort of thing. So I think that kind of lends itself to the sustainability of the project. So yeah, in the chat, just a lot of praise coming through for the project, Mary.
Thanks very much.
It's just amazing to see everything that you're doing in North Ayrshire. It's fantastic. So thank you very much. And if there's no more questions, I think I will get my notes back up and introduce our next speaker. Okay, so now we will turn to Renfrewshire Libraries to discover more about their Green Library Scotland grant-funded project called Green Pages, which is library workshops for a greener world. At the heart of Green Pages are in-person workshops hosted in Renfrewshire's public libraries to promote information and awareness covering sustainability and awareness around the circular economy principles of reducing, reusing, repairing and recycling, with themes including bicycle maintenance, sewing and repurposing textiles, reducing food waste and making seed bombs for biodiversity. Green Pages is led by information coordinator Pamela Logg, who unfortunately can't join us live today, but we're delighted instead to have Susan McIver, who's here to share some of the insights from the project. So Susan, if I can welcome you to the Green Libraries stage.
Hi everyone, and yeah, I'm delighted to be able to present this on behalf of Pamela, and all credit should go to her for the project and the presentation that you're about to see. I'll just share my screen. Okay. So yes, it's great to be able to share this planning update with you today for Renfrewshire Libraries. Can you see the screen okay now?
Yes, looks good.
Yes, it's all looking okay, thank you. So yes, Green Pages Library Workshops for a Greener World is the project that Pamela has been working on. And yes, as I said, I can't take any credit. This is all Pamela's work. So hold on. So the Green Pages project will provide a programme of in-person free workshops and talks hosted in our public libraries. Aimed at adults, these activities will promote environmental sustainability and the circular economy principles of reducing, reusing, repairing and recycling. Alongside promoting libraries as places which nurture community awareness, we'll provide information on how we can all take steps towards protecting the environment with small practical actions. We hope the programme of activities will provide knowledge and skills for library customers in a fun and enjoyable way. The programme will include workshops and talks about basic bicycle maintenance, promoting people carrying out small repairs on their bikes and encouraging the use of bicycles, sewing and repurposing textiles, just simple reworking of textiles to upcycle them rather than throwing them away, reducing food waste around the principles of buying seasonally, batch cooking, and using methods of storing and cooking which are energy efficient, and also supporting biodiversity by using recycled materials, making seed bombs to enhance biodiversity in nature. Through the project, Renfrewshire Libraries hope to achieve strengthened links with members of the community while strengthening the reputation that libraries have of being a place for information and learning, to continue to develop the delivery of diverse and innovative activities in our libraries, and to develop new relationships with the individuals, local groups and organisations who will be providing the workshops, and also with the people in our community who will be attending them. And we'd also hope that we'll be able to demonstrate an active, positive stakeholder role in contributing towards Renfrewshire reaching net zero. Our project supports the strategic objectives of Renfrewshire Libraries and One Wren, which also align with the Renfrewshire Council's objectives of including a sustainable economy by supporting lifelong learning, giving people opportunities to learn and improve their green skills, supporting well-being with inclusive activities and to engage and support other local partners in our community. For healthier communities by continuing to build post-COVID-19 recovery in our communities with workshops and talks which give people the opportunity to visit public spaces, connect with other people and contribute to their health and a healthy Renfrewshire area and beyond. We also hope to address inequalities and fairness by offering a programme of free workshops promoting libraries as welcome, inclusive spaces for all, helping to support people during the cost of living crisis and providing them with opportunities to learn practical skills which can benefit them economically. We also hope that we'll support green choices and behaviours with Renfrewshire Libraries as an active stakeholder and contributor, aiding our communities in working towards the Renfrewshire area being net zero by 2030. Plans for our Green Pages programme are progressing well. After discussions with our operations team for libraries, we're working out the best time to hold activities and which libraries would be most suitable to host them in. We're currently looking at a programme of activities which will run between the end of February and the start of March 2024, with at least one activity in each of our 12 libraries. We've now secured bookings with workshop suppliers to deliver doctor bike workshops in two drop-in sessions in 2 libraries, sewing workshops with 3 sessions booked to take place in 3 of our libraries. These will be provided by Renfrewshire sewing skills organisations, and seed bomb workshops where participants will be able to make seed bombs using environmentally friendly and recycled resources. And these will be run by a Scottish artist and workshop practitioner. We're still in discussions with workshop suppliers to deliver sessions around the subject of reducing food waste, which we plan to host in 2 of our libraries. We've reached out to the Climate Emergency Lead Officer in Renfrewshire Council, who's part of the Ren Zero campaign, to work together in producing a bookmark that we will use to advertise the Green Pages programme. The bookmark will also communicate small, simple steps towards helping the environment and reaching net zero. Additionally, the process of planning Green Pages has seen the programme grow arms and legs. During discussions with the Ren Zero team, we were made aware of other national and local environmental organisations who may wish to be part of the programme by delivering talks and demonstrations. This would work well with plans to hold lunchtime talks in our new Paisley Central Library, which is due to open later this year. As a result, we're now in discussion with Zero Waste Scotland and a Lochwinnoch environmental charity to provide additional events to add to the Green Pages programme. Our next steps in planning will be to start sharing our programme plans with the wider staff teams to let them know that Green Pages will be part of the Renfrewshire Library's 2024 events programme, and also to build a bit of excitement about what is ahead. To get the final events booked with 3 event suppliers for our remaining libraries, and also to engage with One Wren Marketing and Communications to help us produce online marketing materials, event posters, and also our bookmark. Thank you for letting us share our plans and progress for Green Libraries. We're excited to see how this programme will be received. It does say, please let me know if you have any questions, but I would maybe suggest that you contact Pamela. I'll put her email address in the chat. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Susan, and thank you for still making it and coming along, despite the fact that Pamela couldn't be here, because I know it's really been worthwhile hearing about this project and everything that's happening in Renfrewshire. I think the thing that resonated for me the most is the fact that you're meeting the communities where they are, rather than trying to kind of implement something that's not really suitable for the communities that you're working in. And again, reaching out to lots of different places that are kind of doing similar work and working in that kind of community sense. So it's really fantastic to hear about. And again, a lot of really fantastic praise in the chat. So thank you so much for coming along. And I think now, if there's no other questions, I shall be passing along to Kirsten again.
Fab, thank you. And thank you, Susan and Pamela and Mary. It's just wonderful to see these grant-funded projects literally taking root. And I think what has come across so much already today is the role that libraries have in not simply, I say it's as if it is a simple process, greening operations, but in inspiring communities that we are absolutely, there's no space like it in whatever community you're working in to spread that inspiration and to galvanize communities as in individual and collective action. So wonderful. And I can see comments in the chat continuing to pour in for Green Pages. Love the idea about the cycle workshops, definitely circular economy, because we are, of course, we've inaugural recyclers, that there's a perfect fit for libraries there. So what we're going to do now is take a short screen break, because we know it's a long day for everyone. There's a lot of very exciting information. So we will come back. Let's see, what time are we at? Let's make it 11:25. We'll come back. If you want to be really eco-friendly, you're welcome to log off, shut down, and come back again. But we'll forgive you just this once if you want to hang on with cameras off and mics off. And do continue to make use of the chat if you're wanting to connect with one another to share resources. But we will be back at 11:25. We've had a lot of discussion thus far about how we can develop sustainability plans, how we can turn these action plans into kind of the action that we want to see. So yes, insights into how we've done that here at CILIPS coming after the break. So we'll see you all at 11:25. Thank you, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's carbon neutrality plan time. Now, some of you who booked earlier when we started advertising this a number of months ago now, unfortunately, we're not able to hear from the Lionsgate at Edinburgh Napier University today. But watch this space. They will be joining the CILIPS sphere before too long, because they have wonderful insights to share. It's an absolutely inspirational space, learning hub that we can all learn so much from. So yes, that will be coming shortly. But as a slight adjustment to our plan, we've brought one of our later afternoon workshops up here to share actually how we hopefully walk the walk here at CILIPS Scotland, and have been using our own carbon neutrality plan to shape our operations, to shape our events. As is hopefully quite clear from today, we're a tiny team of 3, but we represent some 1,200 members across every area of the sector in Scotland and beyond. So that means that although we're one of the smallest library teams, we have one of the largest library events in the form of our annual conference. So what I'm going to be sharing here is how to access our CILIPSGoGreen resource collection, which will be growing as a result of today. Also to explore how this fed into our first carbon neutrality plan and subsequent iterations of it, how that in turn shaped our annual conference, and how, most importantly, you can adapt our template, you can use our carbon neutrality plan as inspiration for your own. I know that later on when we hear from the University of Strathclyde, we're at an exciting point in the sector. I think some 41% of survey respondents for that piece of research are currently working on a sustainability plan. So we hope that this will give further inspiration to that. So as you can see, I am starting on none other than the CILIPS website, cilips.org.uk. Hopefully I'm sure it's your homepage, just like it is for me, but just in case you haven't joined us online in a while, I'm going to direct you along the bar in the top here to resources. Now, firstly, like and subscribe the podcast. Excellent resource there. Some of this content will be making its way very shortly. You can also see that we have the whole complement of our EDI resource collections here, but the one that I'm going to highlight is CILIPSGoGreen. So as I mentioned at the beginning, this was a programme that we began in the build up to COP26, which was of course held in Glasgow in 2021. And again, we can't do better than that wonderful Cicero quote: if you have a garden and a library, you have everything you need. So it's very much an evolving resource collection. We always welcome recommendations. Please do take the time to explore it in its entirety. But what I'm going to highlight for us today is our carbon neutrality plan. So if I click here, this is our original version of it. You can see that really this was we wanted to know exactly what our carbon footprint was as an organisation, and therefore how we can either reduce the carbon footprint or increase our carbon handprint, which is a more positive way to phrase it, to have a positive impact and really evidence that library-led environmental action. So there are two calculators that we used to create this piece of work, one from the World Wildlife Fund for individuals and one from the Gallery Climate Coalition. Now, we will be exploring them very shortly. They're both fantastic resources, and we should have time for you to delve in and see where your library operations currently sit and signpost some actions to increase that carbon handprint. So you can see here from our own analysis of our carbon calculator, some key themes emerge, like food being locally produced, vegan and vegetarian where possible. That always reduces a carbon footprint. Travel, a really key aspect, as I'll be touching on shortly. I believe that travel accounts for something like 38% of Scotland's entire carbon footprint. So really, really important to pay attention to that when you're event planning within your libraries and organisations. And again, as we've touched on already today, space, equipment, there's small changes that will make a big difference in all these aspects. And you can see some of our calculations here. Really interesting analysis by the University of New South Wales, actually showing that, as that JISC report we shared earlier also alluded to, it's not the case that digital is always straightforward. You know, there is very much a digital carbon footprint to be analysed and to be assessed and to be improved with online events as well, like today. So it's always important to keep on top of these calculations. And again, always welcoming recommendations. So please do have a look at all the versions of our carbon neutrality plan and let us know what you think. So we have centred this work around 3 key action plan aims. 1, to make our events and meetings carbon neutral. 2, making CILIPS travel carbon neutral, as I mentioned there. And this was actually from the National Library of Scotland that I learned this. Yeah, 35.6 it was in 2021. Travel is a really key component of any carbon neutrality plan. And last but certainly not least, to make our resource use carbon neutral. Anyone who is familiar with the CILIPS calendar will know that our annual conference in June, it's literally the apex. It often takes place in the Dundee Apex Hotel. And that is really the centre point for our kind of in-person event planning. So that was why we used the plan as a grounding for making sure that the conference was as sustainable as it was inspirational. If I head back to the CILIPSGoGreen collection, I'm going to scroll you back up to the CILIPS site's main menu. If we head to the blog, you will see that there is a CILIPSGoGreen category dedicated to all library-led sustainability. So if you're working on a piece of library action that you want the sector to know about, send it our way. We would love to highlight it here. But the blog post that I am going to share with us today is this one here, Green Libraries Growing Thanks to CILIPS 23, our annual conference, to highlight some of the steps that we took this year, the difference that they made to our carbon footprint, and hopefully the inspiration that they can offer to your own events, operations as well. And we've also included some delegate feedback because it's wonderful. Of course, as I've mentioned earlier, climate action is all about climate justice, which is all about hearing as many voices as possible. So that's why delegate feedback really does continue to shape this work for us as well. So again, I've highlighted the carbon neutrality plan. One of the key steps that we took this year was having an exclusively digital programme. We had a warm-up to it last year. We had some printed available, but we encouraged people to use the digital copy wherever possible. You can see here from our calculations that printing, say, around 250, a programme per delegate, even for a low weight item like our kind of 8-page programme, it generates 0.02 tonnes of carbon emission equivalent. And it's not an enormous figure, but every little helps, and it is also about setting that standard, setting that inspiration for the rest of the sector. So 2023 marked the first year of our exclusively digital programme. Now, we made sure this was well advertised in advance. There were alternative formats available for accessibility whenever required, but we had a QR code for people to download on the day, many links shared in advance to make sure people could avail themselves of the digital programme, and it was received so positively by delegates. So you can see that people actually enjoyed having less paper to carry around, and they felt that compared favourably with other conferences where there had been a lot of that kind of papery bump that sadly gets quite tattered and torn by the end of the day and doesn't always last. So this was really well received by our delegates, and that will be something that we will be continuing and strengthening as the years go on. And of course, when we turned to the programme itself, we wanted to make sure there was sustainability content embedded into it. We are going to be hearing from Glasgow Women's Library very shortly indeed today, so I won't say too much more, but what I will say is that for Green Libraries Week next week, we have a visit to see this wonderful library garden at GWL and to learn all about their new handbook to net zero. So please do, there's a couple of spaces still remaining, so if you're in the Glasgow area next Thursday, do join us. And it was wonderful to hear from Gabby, the creative from the Green Creative Cluster at GWL at the conference. Again, it was a really, really well received session, inspiring, really useful with so much practical application. Hopefully today is also serving that, because that's what we all want as professionals. And we have already heard from 2 of our 4 recipients. The other 2 are to come shortly today. But the conference also saw the launch of our inaugural Green Libraries Scotland Grant Fund. We've heard a lot about the amazing work that is taking place as a result. And yeah, we couldn't be more excited about that. So hopefully watch this space for next year. If you have some library projects up your sleeve, we would love to hear about them. And here we go for the next step that was informed by our carbon neutrality plan, which was fully vegetarian lunch menus with a reduced waste strategy. So of course, this does require collaboration with your event venue, if that's applicable, if it's not in the library itself. They fantastically, the Dundee Apex Hotel, they already had a reduced food and water waste strategy in place. So we complemented this by choosing locally produced and fully vegetarian lunch menus. And again, I will be touching on this calculator in more detail shortly, but you can see that on average, the impact of the carbon impact of vegetarian food, it tends to be around half of that for a meat meal. So it really is worth investing in this in a strategy and increasing those vegetarian and vegan options, because multiplied by 250 lunches across those days, that meant that our delegates, without even realising it, while still enjoying some tasty sustenance mid-conference, they were supporting a substantial reduction in our overall carbon footprint. And you can see we got absolute swathes of positive feedback for this. Fortunately, people find it delicious as well. It's not it's not an either-or situation. People really enjoyed that. They want to see it continued. The feedback here was really, really positive, and people taking that back to their own library events as well. As I've touched on here, 38%, so this was back in 2022, of Scotland's transport emissions, they come from cars alone. This is such an important facet of any carbon neutrality work. So, and this was encouraged by delegate feedback from the previous year of what more we could do to make the conference more sustainable. So we began a car sharing scheme. And if I briefly pop into our beloved Padlet, you know we love a Padlet here at CILIPS Scotland, you can see that we had offering a lift, seeking a lift, need to know, we had our directions, car insurance. I was slightly worried, just making sure everybody had the you know, we're information professionals, making sure everyone has the info they need. And we also complemented this with an electric car charging point map, so that people, anybody bringing an electric vehicle, they knew exactly where in Dundee they could charge it, they could plan their routes in advance. And yeah, this was really well received. We're hoping to see that continue to grow next year. And it really corresponded with that action plan aim number 2, which was making our travel carbon neutral. And again, yeah, you can see here that delegates did respond really well to it. And in fact, there are also sort of real complementary aspects. For example, the car share, people can get to know each other. It's always very daunting when you're new to the sector or just new to a conference. So yeah, one of the messages, I love this one, bring good chat and a travel sweetie. That was all that was wanted. So some real great informal mentorships springing up as a result of the car sharing scheme, and we will continue to promote that. I think actually make the most of our regional branch network too, to make sure that everybody knows that the car share scheme is there and makes good use of it. Another aspect of carbon neutrality at our conference was our beloved swag bag. So you know that, of course, anybody who's been to CILIPS 23, 22, 24, any of our conferences, you know that we want to make sure that you're treated well, that you get a goodie bag for joining us. But of course, we want these to be sustainable as well, no kind of single-use plastic if we can help it. So some of the items that we included, and there are links here, please just let me know if you want more information on any of them. Handmade recycled newspaper pencils. So this was a fantastic project supporting women in Nepal to improve their educational opportunities. Now, this was shamelessly pilfered from our friends at National Library of Scotland. Wonderful eco jotters. They're recycled paper, and you can see here that we were able to get the CILIPSGoGreen logo on there, beautifully designed by our graduate trainee Leah. Every year, we also offer wildflower library garden seeds. You can just see them here. And what's great is that people are now staying in touch, letting us know on social media as their CILIPS wildflowers take root, which is fantastic. And of course, if you are planning an event that does require paper, or you're wanting to make sort of paper products available for accessibility, I'd highly recommend carbon captured paper. So that's something that our printer does. It means that it always includes a tree planting donation to the Woodland Trust. So it's hopefully part of that circular economy, better than nothing if you are having to go for some printed paper. So in our case, we wanted to include our Unite Against Book Ban bookmarks. Incidentally, Ban Books Week is next week, along with Green Libraries Week. Lots happening at the moment. So yeah, do make sure that you look into carbon captured paper options. So we also, anybody who's been to the conference, often you'll know that we do our annual exhibitor challenge. We're encouraging people to interact with our wonderful sponsors and exhibitors. Usually that's everybody gets a sheet, everybody gets a signature, lots of paper in circulation. So we encourage them to use their eco notebooks for this purpose. So that sheet saved us, again, I mean, it's only a small number of sheets, but every little helps, and it's also offering inspiration to the rest of the sector. And yes, you can hear somebody's planted their seeds in their balcony box. So if that's you, if they are taking root, do let us know. We love to see those pictures. And then, of course, next steps. We are in one of the next steps as we speak. And we were so excited to see the positive reception for these actions, and we will continue to develop that and continue to encourage our exhibitors and sponsors to do the same. And we always welcome your ideas. Now, speaking of ideas, I mentioned our two carbon calculators. So for the rest of the time that's remaining, we've got about 20 minutes before I hand over it to Glasgow Women's Library. So let me just introduce you to the two carbon calculators that have proved absolutely invaluable to our work. I know that on the National Library of Scotland Padlet earlier today, people were noting that they really wanted, you know, how to calculate their library's carbon footprint, and we hope that these two calculators will help. So let me see, I'm going to hopefully close one tab, not the rest. Fantastic. So this takes us back to our carbon neutrality plan. And as I mentioned earlier, we use two calculators, the first of which is the World Wildlife Fund for individuals. So is this going to open? It is. Fantastic. So this is a questionnaire on how big is your individual environmental footprint, and it gave us great information. Actually, you can often work in reverse to sort of find out what steps can improve your footprint. So let's delve into the questionnaire. We will share these links in the chat, and we'll have about 10 minutes or so at the end for you to have a look and assess your own carbon footprints. So you can see here, for example, they ask how you would describe your diet. So I'll put vegetarian for me, and then they do give you tips as well. I think now how many? I would love to say it's a 0. I don't think it's a 0. In fact, goodness me, if we're including the CILIPS Cafe, it's probably 10 to 60 pounds, I'm sorry to say. So you can see that we work through food, travel, all the different aspects. Now, hopefully we're not wasting much food, home and just stuffed possessions as well. So by the time you get to the end of this carbon calculator, you know what your individual footprint is. It also gives you fantastic tips for how you would reduce that. So it's a great activity as part of your annual review, for instance. If you're a service manager, you can encourage colleagues to use this as well, to assess your own carbon footprints, even see who's in the lead. We enjoyed that league table earlier on with the quiz. So it's a great resource. It's free to use. Everybody can, you don't even need to log in or anything like that. And you could do it year on year to see how your footprint is improving. The other one I'm going to highlight, let's see, is, so this was a progress update. If you head on to CILIPSGoGreen, you'll also be able to find our regular progress updates. This was our most recent one. But again, it's the Gallery Climate Coalition calculator. So this is specifically for GLAM sector organisations. A big source of inspiration for us was the V&A sustainability plan. Of course, the conference being in Dundee, we're just next door to the V&A Dundee, and the Gallery Climate Coalition calculator. I can't recommend this highly enough for assessing kind of wider library operations. It really is an invaluable tool. So here we go. You can kind of create an account to save your data, but you can also just use it as is. So we'll pop the link in the chat before we finish up today, and you can kind of calculate the year, things like that. What's amazing about this one, so you can see I've already started to populate it. Feeling quite extra, and obviously put myself in business class here from London to Glasgow, which has never actually occurred. Don't worry about that. But what's really interesting is if, for example, we were to put 2 people, it automatically calculates our CO2 equivalent and lets you know kind of what that is. So you can very quickly see if you had speakers flying in, if you were flying somebody out, you can assess that exactly what the carbon impact is going to be. And they offer, this is probably more for galleries and museums, but not always, of course. I don't know if your library regularly kind of has air freight, then more power to you, but you can calculate exactly what, from the weight of the packaging, the distance it's going, what that carbon impact is going to be. And what's especially valuable for us, again, you could put different branches in, you can name them. Again, if you create an account, you can save it, calculate your electricity uses, the share of the premises, put in the supplier if you like, and again, it will calculate automatically what the carbon burden is for that. So something really valuable for, I think, many of us, and something we made extensive use in at the conference, was train travel. So, you know, what is the amount that you would spend on trains in a year? I mean, for example, I'll put this at 250, just plucking a figure out mid-air. It tells you it's 0.02, so that's actually just equivalent to our printed programmes. That's a relatively, you know, it's not the worst figure that we've seen. It's not nothing, but it's very valuable to know. If I compare that with slightly further down here, car travel. So if I was going to do 250 for car travel, again, it's not that much of an increase, but if you were going to do £250 on fuel, there's the impact. So it's really, really, this is such a valuable resource for seeing not just what has the greatest carbon impact, but why. And you can then take that information back to your library operations and let it inform your planning going forward. So yeah, and again, you can see kind of local freight. So I think our mobile libraries could make use of this, although we also have in the CILIPSGoGreen collection, we have Baby McBoofface Orkney's electric vehicle. So there's great inspirations we had there, but really just a very, very valuable tool to assess what your current carbon footprint is, or what your ideal carbon handprint would be, and the steps that will get your library there. So I will stop sharing now. If anybody has any questions, I'll be delighted to take them. And if not, I think we can take a few minutes. Actually, we'll share those links in the chat if we haven't already. And Leah has popped them in, fantastic. And yeah, we can actually, before we come back together at 12 o'clock, we'll pause the recording, and you're welcome to actually have a play around with those calculators. Keep us posted in the chat about what you're finding, and we can see who's already got the most stunning carbon footprint, and see what ideas it generates for how your library operations can become ever more sustainable. Does anyone have any questions at the moment? I don't see anything, but I'll give you a few minutes to type. Don't see anything at the moment. So in that case, yeah, we will share. I see Sean's already shared the Gallery Climate Coalition calculator. We'll also put the World Wildlife Fund calculator in the chat. For the next just under 15 minutes, you're welcome to play around and calculate your own. Oh, Deborah, should we look at our suppliers as well? This is a really interesting question, and it's something that that we discuss in the Green Libraries Network as well. What I would do is make sure that we're feeding it back to them. The kind of equivalent for us is at our conference. So we have around, we have a great number of amazing sponsors and exhibitors, but they are all at different stages in their sustainability journey. So, for example, Better World Books, they are also in the Green Libraries Network doing fantastic stuff for the circular economy, but others will be at different stages in their journey. So we don't want to be too prescriptive, but absolutely, I think kind of let suppliers know that you are thinking of this. Even doesn't hurt to let them know that if they're offering a quote, if they're offering a service, then this is something that you're looking for, and it does give you that real evidence, that real database upon which to base these decisions. So yeah, absolutely encourage them to use it themselves. I would say it's one of those things that it can feel, I'm not very mathematically inclined, so the calculators to do it yourself would feel quite daunting. So the Gallery Climate Coalition in particular is a really, really valuable tool. So yes, send it the supplier's way. And then we do discuss it also in the Green Libraries Network, for example, reducing plastics, encouraging our libraries suppliers to no longer have plastic wrappers. And there are some places around the world that have managed that. So it's a work in progress for suppliers, I would say. Any other questions? I think we're okay just now. Fab. So what I will do is I will pause the recording and make sure you're back for 12 o'clock because you don't want to miss Glasgow Women's Library. Believe me, another fantastic piece of work thanks to the CILIPS Research Fund. But for the time being, I'll pause. We'll share our 2 carbon calculators and yeah, let us know how your footprints are looking and how those handprints are going to take shape. Thank you very much, everyone. Great, thank you, everyone. We'll just spend another few minutes having a look at that. From the chat, it feels like fur babies and human babies are slightly scuppering our results. But of course, there isn't a Green Libraries component to the personal calculator, but the fact that you're all here speaks volumes. So I think you can dock a little point off the carbon footprint for all the work you're doing professionally as well. I hope that was productive. Certainly, it's really good resources to kind of delve into, and please more generally do make use of the CILIPSGoGreen collection. Send recommendations our way. Have a deep dive into the kind of myriad of resources that are out there all around the world. There are so many library professionals dedicated to this work, so we're all in solidarity and part of a kind of eco virtual community with them. But with that, I think it's time. I can wait no longer to sort of introduce our beacon of hope to you all. So I can see Caroline and Wendy are here with us. Now it is time to hear about another powerful project also supported by the CILIPS Research Fund. And at this time, it's situated at the amazing Glasgow Women's Library. So their great Green Creative Cluster have and continue to undertake inspirational activities, collectively creating a powerful example of how libraries can not just encourage greener ways of living and working in communities, but also to make the most of our collections to amplify the historically silenced voices in climate literature. So we are lucky enough to, as I mentioned, have a Green Libraries Week visit to GWL taking place next Thursday. Snap up those final spaces, they won't be there for long. And today we are delighted to be joined by Wendy and Caroline here to shine a light on their work through a beacon of hope, visioning libraries, including green libraries for the future. Thank you so much for being here both. Whenever you're ready, the virtual floor is yours.
Hi, thanks Kirsten so much for that introduction and for having us and for CILIPS as well. Yeah, so I'm Caroline Gosden, my pronouns are she, her, and I work at Glasgow Women's Library on the programme and exhibitions, and I'm in the Green Cluster as well. And I'm here with my wonderful colleague who I'll introduce her.
Hi, my name is Wendy Kirk. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the librarian at the Women's Library. So I am going to just share my screen now. And Caroline and I are just going to go through a wee sort of whistle-stop tour of our project. So bear with me a wee sec. I remember how to share my screen.
Thanks for doing this.
And here we go. Okay, hopefully everyone can see that, and I'll just start the slideshow. Okay, can you see that, Caroline?
Yes, I've got that.
Yeah. Great. Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah, so we're here today to speak briefly about a series of events that were supported by the CILIPS Research Fund that we were hosting at Glasgow Women's Library. And we were looking very broadly at the idea of libraries as one of our last kind of surviving common spaces, and a space of hope in a moment when we're, you know, sort of still healing from the pandemic, facing a cost of living crisis, and a climate crisis. And we're very aware that in our community, people are feeling the acute pressures that these huge kind of intersecting realities present. Yeah, so.
Yes, so we were thinking that, you know, despite the conditions that we're in, we didn't want to start only thinking about libraries as places of survival. So we really wanted to draw on the collections that we have in the library, you know, as an inspiration and hope for the future. And just to give a little bit of context for people who might not know Glasgow Women's Library, we are a library, a museum and an archive, and we've just celebrated our 32nd birthday. And we have incredible collections, all of which are donated, and everything we have is championing and celebrating women's histories, women's achievements and creativity. And we're the only accredited museum dedicated to women's history in the UK.
Yeah, so when we sat down to think about this series of events, we were in the process of installing a light box sign that you can see there in the slide and that's by artist Rabia Chowdhury. So that was to be fixed on the side of our building alongside two other signs that were going to be in East End libraries that meant a lot to Rabia as well as ours. So I don't know if you can see this picture well enough, close enough, but it has a quote on it, and the quote says, "Give light and people will find a way." So the inspiration for that comes from Ella J. Baker, who was an African-American civil rights and human rights activist and sort of thought of as the mother of that movement. And her belief was really, probably tell from the quote, in the power from the bottom up and the grassroots. So when we were thinking about these events, which we wanted to, we importantly built in space for people attending to share their feelings, ideas and experiences, as well as showcasing things. But we were thinking about this sentiment expressed in Rabia's work around creating light and hope. So in the next slide, so we basically hosted 3 events.
Sorry, Caroline, it's just not letting me move on to the next slide. Just bear with me a wee sec.
So basically, we started off by we wanted to look at a really poignant example of activism that we held in our collection. So the first kind of event was around that. And then secondly, we were looking quite practically at how we were planning our own route to be net zero. And then finally, in the third event, we really honed in on what libraries can do and shared the space with some sister library spaces in Finland and Kenya. So they shared about the things that they were doing as an inspiration for things that we could think about together, for things that we could do, things that we are doing, things that we want to do in our own library space.
Okay, sorry about that, Caroline.
No worries. So yeah, so I'm going to talk about the first 2 events, and I'll hand over to Vicky. So yeah, so the first event was really about an amazing sort of grassroots organizer from Glasgow, Kathy McCormack, who had actually a similar journey to the library because she grew up in Castlemilk, which at the time was the largest housing estate in Europe, and she moved to the newly built high-rise flats in Easter House with her young family. So yeah, and we're also in the East End, so we're really lucky to have Kathy's book on our shelves, The Wee Yellow Butterfly, referenced there in the slide. And also we have a formidable archive of her activism and an oral history she shared with our archivist, Nicola, shortly before she passed away earlier this year. So it just to give a little snapshot of Kathy's activism. So it began from like really personal roots when she realized there was dampness in her small and poorly designed flat in Easter House, and it was causing her children to become sick. And there didn't seem to be any solutions in sight. beyond constantly heating her flat at prices that meant she struggled to buy food and to clothe herself and her family. And she had to forego basics like boiling the kettle. So she became increasingly angry about housing officials determined to blame people living in the flats rather than to admit to the larger structural inequalities causing the issues. So Kathy basically found her voice through this issue, speaking back to become an anti-poverty activist in the widest sense, observing the growing inequality in the UK under Thatcher's government and coining the term "a war without bullets." So she was eventually invited to speak at the UN and to solidarity movements in Nicaragua and around the world. And this is the bit that I always love talking about, that with her community action group, she put in a successful application to the EU, which was then the EEC, to put solar panels on the side of a block, a high-rise block in Easter House. So this was kind of, in the 80s, a groundbreaking move, and it was well ahead even of the stuff we're doing now. And her community group had been written off before they put in their application. So you can maybe see from that snapshot why we wanted to celebrate Kathy's knowledge and achievements as part of CILIPS, thinking about anti-poverty activism, but also green activism. Yeah, and so somebody pioneering climate solutions against the odds. So the event celebrated Kathy's life with close friends and family, and Anne Pallister, who was the ghostwriter of her biography. So it was really a moment to share with each other what her inspirational work had led to for others, and to acknowledge that working class communities can and have led on climate activism despite different perceptions in mainstream media. That's super important to us. So yeah, just in that slide there, that it's just a few quotes from a really beautiful conversation that was hosted by Kathy's close friend, Dan Glass, where people shared all sorts of things, including their desire to fight the privatization of happiness, to find your voice wherever you come from, to be bold and brave. Yeah, so people that knew Kathy well spoke of their memories, and others learning about her for the first time were inspired, and some spoke directly about how they didn't know her, but the path of her activism on housing projects had led to their work in the area. So yeah, it was a lovely event. So that's that was the first event. So yeah, I mentioned the second one, towards a greener library. So we wanted to hone in on our sort of physical home, carbon footprint, and our ambitions to be net zero by 2030, so that as costs rise, as we're all seeing, we can preserve our energy and generate more, even to share what we generate. So towards this aim, we launched our handbook to net zero at the end of June. Which was a detailed architect's route map developed by the design team, Dress for the Weather, which was working in a sort of fabric first approach to make the building in Bridgeton net zero. So for the event, we invited green councillors and those working on a just transition along to an open session that included Dress for the Weather and Collective Architecture, who worked on our building refurb when we moved in. So we looked at the advantages to working out of an existing building in terms of the carbon it takes to build new, as well as the challenges in holding heat in an older building and making the adjustments that you need to make to a listed building. And in a nutshell, the approach means insulation, and more insulation. So, and that's really kind of what Fabric First sort of, that's what I've understood Fabric First to mean, that we make everything as airtight as possible before we start thinking about renewables. So we've already found the handbook a really useful tool in fulfilling our aims, and giving us a kind of step-by-step approach to what could seem like a really daunting task in an increasingly urgent climate crisis. So the more more than that, though, we found it a great way to share knowledge with other communities working out of inherited buildings and desperately in need of advice to keep them warm and save money. So yeah, so we know in terms of activism, that you need a canny combination of the practical and the visionary. So the event for me held both aspects, moving from a detailed discussion with our architects and with the audience, also sharing practical tips on where to get support for making the changes, to a kind of palpable sense of excitement at the thought of being the first museum in the UK, museum and library in the UK to be net zero. So yeah, beyond making the fabric of our building airtight, as I said, we'll be looking at renewable technologies as well, that can, sorry, can potentially fulfill our wider energy sharing ambitions. So I suppose we see a poetry in the fact that as a collection and a space, we've been built from collective energy from hundreds and thousands of people, in organizations or as individuals donating sort of over our lifetimes, Wendy says, of 32 years, and how wonderful it would be if we could not only continue to be custodians of these precious gifts, but also find new ways to harness energy and share that back as another commons for the future. And I think, yeah, the slide also just gives a few of the kind of discussion points and audience responses to what we were looking at. So yeah, I'll hand over to Wendy to talk about the last event.
Thanks, Caroline. So I'm going to be talking about our Beacons of Hope event that we did with some international library friends. So we really wanted to host a welcoming workshop, giving people the chance to come together in a social space, whether they worked in libraries or used libraries or whether they were new to libraries, and to showcase some really inspirational international libraries, so people could visualize libraries that were really thriving. So we wanted to pick libraries from different contexts. So the first library that we welcomed at our hybrid event, you can see on the screen here, were our wonderful friends BookBunk, who are based in Nairobi and who we've worked with since 2019. And they are an incredible organisation. They're renovating and revitalising 3 public libraries in Nairobi that had been neglected for decades. They're decolonising library collections. They've got amazing programming, and they also shared with us a bit about their new programming strand called Green Bunk. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what they're doing in terms of the environment. So they have a really bold aim that they want to be carbon neutral by 2027. And they're doing loads of amazing things around activism and the environment. They've been installing solar panels on their libraries, introducing recycling points, which are not available for local communities, and doing amazing things such as piloting a curriculum for eco-education in their library spaces. And they've got community gardens that are being managed by their library users. And they're also, on their website, they talk about running community activities for children and teenagers as part of their goal of nurturing a crop of eco-warriors who are climate conscious. So they do lots of amazing work with young people and with children. And we also welcomed some new friends from Audi in Helsinki, which they're working in a very different context. And in Finland, libraries have been placed at the heart of regeneration and civic life. And Audi has been described as the flagship library for a nation of book lovers. And it incredibly has between 7,000 and 11,000 visitors a day. It's a huge library with maker spaces. It's got music studios. It's got a floor that they call Book Heaven. It's got wee robots that deliver books. And it really, in its messaging, it's very clear that they want everyone to feel that they're welcome in this space. So Ula, who joined us on Zoom, was telling us a bit about activism and sustainability at their library. And something that Caroline and I were really interested in is that they have what they call an activist diploma, and people can participate in this by basically going through a list of challenges, and then they'll be given a diploma. So it will be things like participating in an environmental campaign or demonstration, write to your MP about an environmental issue, or read books about climate crisis. So we thought that was a really great initiative to see the activism really being embedded within libraries. And they're very much promoting the circular economy. They have extended their collection beyond books, so they have tools, they have urban workshop equipment, you can hire a kitchen, and they're really sort of focused on this idea of promoting use of shared space. So the library is really like a sort of a massive living space for the people in the city of Helsinki. So at our workshop, we had our presentations on Zoom, and then we had a little break, and people were able to discuss over tea and scones what they thought and think about and sort of reflecting on what they'd seen in the presentations and how we could imagine that within our context in Scotland. So people also had the chance to go around our space, and we had some different themes up on the wall. Themes such as sanctuary and welcome, green libraries, creativity, inspiration, and people could reflect on what they'd seen in the presentations and add some thoughts on our sheets on post-it notes, and then we all came together at the end and people fed back. So I just wanted to share some of the thoughts and reflections that people had. So this was a lovely quote that someone gave. They said, book bunk evolved a lot of community feeling, and Audi evolved agency and independence, and the future of libraries is a combination of both. And some thoughts that people had on the Green Libraries theme, this idea of gardens and garden space and outside space being part of the library, and again, sort of coming back to this idea of circular economy and expanding beyond books, meaning less money and less waste. And I love this comment someone made: engender care in people, to act all you need is care. And a few comments that people had about creativity and inspiration, inspired by Helsinki moving from acquisition into activism. Would local authorities in Scotland enable this? And again, people pointing out the idea of maker spaces and creativity, and about book bunk, really taking the needs of and voices of community into their work and opening up spaces, particularly for children and young people. So people really loved talking about and imagining library futures, but we were aware that this obviously was in the context of current landscape in libraries in terms of funding cuts and closures, that we were very much acknowledging that this idea of being able to vision what the future could look like was really, really positive and inspiring. And so, someone said that the library absolutely should be a natural destination for the community. And in the examples that we saw in Helsinki and Nairobi, that was very much the case. So our next steps are going to be writing a blog and going to weave into a bit more detail about our project. And yeah, if anyone's got any questions, please do get in touch. But really just a big thank you to the CILIPS for supporting this piece of work. Thank you. That's what I'm going to stop sharing.
Well, Wendy, Caroline, all our thanks goes to you. That was so inspirational. And I think the kind of unity of the local and the global is just what this work is all about. And this project has done that in such a moving way, really. I've popped a couple of comments in the chat about libraries as the custodians of the commons. It's just I think this is something we know intuitively, but to have it kind of echo around the world in the way that you've done through this work is absolutely outstanding, and just really bringing home how kind of climate justice is both dependent on and the key to decolonisation, to feminism and social justice more broadly. And the libraries have this sort of incomparable role to play. So thank you so much. I know that we're just coming around to lunchtime, but we do have a moment or two if anyone does have a question for Wendy or Caroline at the moment. Otherwise, we're very happy to share contact details. As Wendy said, a blog is coming to the CILIPS site soon, and please do make sure you're booked up for that visit to Glasgow Women's Library. And I've put the link to the amazing Net Zero handbook in the chat, because it's an astonishing piece of work, so much practical application, practical inspiration there. Does anyone have a question at the moment? I think just so much admiration for everything that the library's doing in this work. It's wonderful. Okay, so I think with that, I know that you'll all be, it's been a very intense, inspirational morning, so you're ready for some eco-friendly lunches now. So I'm going to pause the recording again. cameras off, mics off, whatever suits you best. But please make sure you're back here on this link for 1 o'clock. We have an amazing afternoon in store. We have Scottish Book Trust. We've got 2 more recipients of our Green Libraries grant funding. We've got Paperboats. We've got writers who are tackling the climate crisis in their work. We've got education for sustainable development through libraries, a very exciting piece of research that we've contributed to. Yes, so you definitely don't want to miss that. So we will see you all here back at this link at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed a lovely kind of locally produced greenery in that lunch. I don't know if anybody else also had to feed the main burden of their carbon footprints, you know, like, and the problem, it's me. That was the dogs, they were also getting fed. So for anyone that's just joining us, we calculated our carbon footprints earlier in the session, and it turns out that fur babies and human babies alike can be quite a part of that, just as well we all love them. But it is so nice to have you all back with us, and we have got a range of amazing sessions coming up this afternoon. First of which is turning to Scottish Book Trust. Now, the work of SBT is a perennial source of inspiration to us here at CILIPS, and never more so than when we regularly browse their brilliant environmental reading lists. From Earth in Balance to What a Waste environmental activities that all ages can get involved with, perfect for Green Libraries Week, plus extensive and evolving reading lists of climate fiction for future world changers, picture books encouraging our littlest readers to cherish the environment, and so much more. There is learning for libraries of every sector to be found on the SBT website, and how they have planted the seeds of these sustainable collections. So we're delighted that poet, writer and SBT professional Catherine Wilson-Gary is joining us today to tell us more. Catherine, whenever you're ready, over to you. Thanks for being here.
Hello, thanks so much for having me. I'm going to start, I'm not going to start with my slides just yet. I thought actually we could just come out of lunch, we could start with like a little bit of a story. I thought that might be nice. And I'll talk a little bit about this book later, but for now I'm just going to read a little bit of it to you all. Robin wasn't chuffed. His wee red breast out it puffed. He'd been eyeing up a juicy worm to fill his empty belly when the weather suddenly turned out of the blue. Now here he was, caught between a gale end and a hard rain, in need of shelter fast. And staring into the eyes of a guy who had a little bird just like him perched on his hand. "Mornin'," says the guy. Robin spotted a crack in the brickwork. In the blink of an eye he was through. Whoosh! He landed on the hand of a very big clock with a loud tick-tock that pushed him back in time. Now here he was on Glasgow Green on a bright Sunday morning, watching a man taking his mind for a walk. Robin could see inside his busy head. "Call me Watty," says the guy, all cock-a-hoop. "I've just dreamt up an amazing steam engine that can power everything from trains and ships to factories and mills. I'm a world changer." Fast forward, whoosh, a mansion in the merchant city. Robin flew in on a sunbeam. Now Watty was being toasted by men in hats and tails. They have their nest well feathered, thought Robin. Machines are music to my ears, the inventor was saying, the sounds of progress. Suddenly a trapdoor opened, and Robin was sucked down into a murky hollow below. Thick soot hung in the air. Robin nearly choked. He could hardly hear himself think for all that noise, while in the corner men fed a fiery furnace with coal, puff, puff, groan, moan, clickety-clack. Staring out at him from the shadows were 3 kids, gaunt and grimy, mere skeletons, under 12 he guessed. "I see a darkness," said the first. "Every day I'm sent down the mines, 12-hour shift, nook and crannies, bent double, I cave in, I can't breathe." "I see a darkness," said the second. "Every day I'm sent up the chimneys, working my elbows to the bone, red raw, starved so I don't get stuck, can't breathe either." "I just see the mill," said the third. "That's darkness enough, scavenging cotton scraps from under the spinning mule, taking my life in my hands every time I've already lost 2 fingers. Next time it might be my head. It's no life at all." Robin felt their pain and wondered if what he did. He shivered and the whole house shook to its very foundations. There in the pitch black was a ship sailing across the shadows, its hold stuffed to the gills with people in chains. One of them was a Lauda, a boy from the kingdom of Benin. It gets so hot down here, we can't breathe, he whispered. Jammed in like sardines, we get sick. Some of us die and are thrown overboard to feed the fishes, while the rest of us are fished off by the plantations. Spread the word a little bit. Your city's wealth is built on our bent over backs, but there will be blowback, mark my words. Never had Robin seen nor smelled such human misery. The ship faded out of sight, but the stench lingered. Okay. That's just a wee taste of one of the books I'm going to talk about today. Just going to share my slides with you all. Oh. There we go, seamless. Okay, so we're talking today about planting the seeds of a sustainable collection and what does that look like. So thank you so much everyone for joining me today. And just to say, yeah, my name is Catherine Wilson-Gary and I'm the Schools Community Learning Content Manager at Scottish Book Trust, which basically means my remit is creating resources for teachers, for librarians, any learning professionals that basically help them engage with our programmes, as well as just reading for pleasure. More generally, a big focus in my job is how much good we can do in the world with reading, and more specifically, I think how reading can help create engaged, politically motivated, empathetic people, especially young people. And that's something I think we all really need when we're having these conversations about the environment, about climate change, about climate justice. And also, as Kirsty mentioned, outside of my job at Scottish Book Trust, I am also a writer. And I'm currently working on a collection of short stories about women's relationship with nature. So really, this is like absolutely my dream presentation to do. And my I love just sitting and thinking about the connections we can make in our communities between books, between stories, and between making the planet a better place. So I'm really delighted to be talking with you all today. So, and also actually, yeah, put here on the screen, two books I've read more recently that are two of my favourite pieces of writing about nature for adults. I'm mostly going to talk about children today, but I did want to give a shout out to The Treehouse by Kathleen Jamie, which is, if you don't read a lot of poetry, this is a great place to start, but the way she writes about nature is incredible. Also, Nina Minya Powell's, if you haven't come across her, this is an absolutely gorgeous collection of essays. It won the Nan Shepherd Prize, and it uses nature writing to talk about identity and kind of mixed race identity and finding home and belonging. So those are two recommendations right off the top. But what I'm going to chat to you about today is kind of when talking about the book lists that we make at Scottish Book Trust, what we look for, how we find those texts, how we share those texts with one another, what we think makes a good text, specifically, I think, with an eye on younger people, how to find those texts more generally, how to share those recommendations within your staff. And then I'm going to give some text recommendations and think a little bit about wider sustainability and what that might look like. I'm not going to go through that. This is a huge mind map, and I'm not going to go through this too much because what I'll do is I'll send the slides to you afterwards so you can go through this, and any links I mention, any resources I mention, the links will be directly embedded in the PowerPoint, so don't feel like you have to write anything down. But I just wanted to make sure that you do have this when you've got the slides later, because this is all the things that Scottish Book Trust does, specifically thinking about working with young people and building a reading culture. And some of this is aimed more at schools, but some of this obviously is directly influencing the libraries. And the stuff I'm going to talk about today is more of this stuff that's coloured in orange, learning resources, the learning resources that we've got on our website, how they can help you plan delivery with families, how they can help you discover new books, how they can help you interact with our other programmes. And also maybe slightly CLPL is also under that kind of professional development kind of umbrella. But please do feel free to look at this later and go through and cherry pick what works for you in the context that you're working in. So book lists. On the Scottish Book Trust website, we've got a few book lists, and these are all aimed at engaging children and adults in the environment. And I wanted to think about the kind of the different types of climate books or climate texts there are. I'll say books quite a lot during this, but for us, reading also includes graphic novels, audiobooks, ebooks, magazines, non-fiction, like very, very broad range. So if I'm saying books, I should really be saying texts, but just to say we're very inclusive in that kind of definition of reading. So texts, there's kind of 3 texts, I think, when we're thinking about climate and the environment, and how we can pick good texts to use with people who are interacting with us. So the first one is texts that are educating about climate change. So kind of giving an introduction to climate change and the environment. What is it? What is happening? What is our role in stopping climate change? What can we be doing? Books that look at climate justice. So I would say that's the more human element to climate change. How does climate change harm people? How does it harm people who are already marginalized by society? How does it exacerbate existing issues? And the last one is kind of more a consideration of empathy. Books that encourage us to be empathetic with nature, through nature. So maybe animals are the protagonist, or maybe the main character bonds with an animal, or maybe it's more about just looking at nature and kind of fostering that relationship where we feel more connected with nature. There's more of a love of the environment. And I think we need all 3. And I think all 3 are incredibly valuable and are incredibly important. I'll come back to these kind of 3 ideas later, and I'll give you some examples of each. Now, this is the kind of meatier bit. And I think I don't want this to be overwhelming, but I just want to talk about all the things that are kind of in my head, or in my team's head, I suppose, when we are thinking about a book, and specifically a book list. So there's quite a lot of things. The first is, I think possibly the most important, is this story going to be engaging? Is it suitable for the age bracket that we're thinking about, or the kind of stage that we're thinking about? We're looking for like a good hook, whether that's an engaging protagonist, whether that's the way the story is told, whether that's the style of the writing. But is this going to engage the kind of person I'm recommending it to? Are we representing different styles of storytelling? So novels in verse, graphic novels, short chapters, long chapters, character-driven stories, or more plot-based stories. Similarly, are we including different genres in climate fiction? We don't just want to offer futuristic sci-fi to suggest that the solution lies in the future, but we want to adopt that as part of a wider picture. So yes, includes those sci-fi books, but maybe also include books that are maybe more centered in a family, in a community, because there's some kids who will just want to read fantasy and sci-fi and might find avenues into other books, but we want to make sure that we're offering as many genres as we can under each kind of topic umbrella. Format, we're always trying to include as many multimodal texts as possible. So graphic novels, illustrated books, highly illustrated non-fiction is great as well. I think especially as a stopgap between children who are really, really engaged with picture books, and then they're suddenly kind of being pushed to move on to chapter books. Highly illustrated non-fiction is quite a good bridge in between, or just generally a good read. Length, we don't want to just have really, really long books. We're looking at shorter books or collections of short stories, or publishers like Barrington Stoke, who they focus on dyslexia-friendly texts, so the language is more accessible, but also the stories are a lot shorter. Representation, whose stories are being told, who are the characters or families in these books. We don't want a list where all the authors or the main characters are white or animals. We want to think about, are we representing different ethnicities, different cultures, different classes? Gender, are there queer or trans narratives? We're thinking about stories as well, and who's writing those stories. So making sure that we're representing books that are written by people with the experiences that they're writing about, such as Black authors writing Black characters. And then also Scottish, and I think we need a little bit of a definition of Scottish. We always want to be promoting Scottish authors and publishers, But by this, we mean people who are born in, formed by, or working in Scotland. So quite a broad definition of the scene more generally. And then with climate fiction, I think there is another layer to things we would like to present. Stories about justice, as I said, climate justice, looking at how climate justice and climate change is a very human issue, and it impacts marginalised communities, it exacerbates existing injustices. Stories where children can empathise with these, with people who are being impacted by climate change, as well as nature and animals. Stories that inspire children to engage with nature. We want people to see nature as something they're part of, not separated from. Hopeful books as well. We don't just want a list where every depiction of climate change is really fatalist or impossible. We want books that where, you know, children and adults are able to work together to create a better society. I think we're not going to be able to combat climate change unless we dream about better options, especially for kids, and also non-fiction, as I mentioned earlier. Some readers just respond better to non-fiction. And so I appreciate that's a lot. And I wanted to say, I don't think there is such a thing as a perfect collection or a perfect list. I actually read an anthology earlier this year of queer poetry, and they said in the anthology's introduction, this anthology is going to fail, and that failure is necessary because it's never possible to capture every single story or every single narrative, because there's only so much time in our lives, there's only so much money, there's only so much space, but actually also because our narratives are constantly shifting and they change every day. So there's no such thing as a perfect book. There is no such book in the world that you can put into every single person's hand and they're going to unanimously enjoy it and hold up and say, this is the best book ever. This is the definitive book on climate change. That's just never going to happen. And as well, our lists are never going to capture every single book. Our lists are more a snapshot of the books that we have found at that moment and the books that have moved us at that moment. And books will be taken off, will be put back on, new books will come, new books will go. It's important to think about it that way, because I think otherwise, and I'm guilty of this myself, you could just spend hours, days, weeks, months on the internet trying to track down just the defining text, the best book that everyone's going to love. So that list on this previous slide, these are great things to think about. And I think this is more guidelines you have in the back of your head rather than the perfect tick box where you have to find everything. It's more about an approach with looking at books rather than being quite more merciless. It's got to be slightly nuanced, I think. And I would say this is why we audit our book lists regularly. We aim to do an in-depth audit and change once a year. Our book lists, the way that they're on our website, we have a note of when they were last audited and changed or updated, and then we make a note the next year to do that audit and change again. But also book lists will come up where there'll be new topics, there'll be new things we want to change. So we're always kind of trying to refresh them and think about what is the best kind of section of books that we personally can recommend at this point in time. And I wanted to talk a little bit about how to find them. So both things that we use within the organisation, but also things I can point you towards. So first of all, we've got a book discovery guide, which is a guide that comes out every few months, but also we run CLPL sessions that you can attend, which do this kind of book discovery. And basically, this guide is a hard copy, but it's also online as a PDF and a PowerPoint. And you can download it and go through it with colleagues, either as a PDF or as a PowerPoint. You can go through it as a presentation. It covers specific topics, new publications. We also suggest books to read after a specific author. For example, books to read after Cressida Cowell or Julia Donaldson. You can also look at our book lists and use them as a jumping off point. We're very happy for those to be shared, to be circulated, to be used as the basis of information or inspiration. Within our team, we've got a few things that we do, and this is just about making those connections, because we're reading all the time, but if we don't share what we're reading to each other, it can be really hard. You're just then so much based in your own knowledge rather than having an idea of, oh, I know that person's reading that and that person's reading that. So within the organisation, and you may do this already, we do things like currently reading on our email signatures. This has been like very transformational, and I think much more than I thought so, in terms of we're all the time I'm noticing what are other people reading and talking to them about it and asking them if I should read that. We also have staff book clubs. Now, these are not everyone reading the same text. These are an hour once a month where people come along and talk about what they are reading. And it means that even if you feel, I've only read 1 or 2 books this month, you've actually managed to gain, if there's 10 people there, you've actually managed to gain the knowledge about a further 10 books straight out the gate. And we use different tools to keep that information. So we've done things like we've had a wakelet where people can go on it and look at all the books that staff members have read or have been reading. And that's quite good for like the visuals, but also we'll do a spreadsheet. And the spreadsheet is anytime anyone on our team reads a book that they would recommend, there's different tabs for different kind of age groups. And a book can sit on multiple tabs if we think it, sits on a wider span of ages. But it will have book's title, their author, a quick kind of blurb or description or a little bit about why we're recommending that book, and then also the themes. And that means I can search that document. So if I'm looking, for example, I need to go and update my book list with climate change books, I can search that document for climate change and I can see every time someone has mentioned one, and I can go, yes, that would be a good addition, I can add that on. And that's quite simple. And we also have like where our calendars are set up to remind us, first of the month, I think first Monday of the month, it reminds you, please go and put any books you've read last month in your team reading spreadsheet. So that's quite useful. More widely at Scottish Book Trust, because that's kind of within the team more widely, our website manager who does a lot more work on the book list for adults also had a form which was quite good. So you could bookmark the form, and it was like a Microsoft form, and it just asked you for the title, the author name, a brief description of the book, and then what kind of book list might that feature on. And that just meant you could do it slightly more ad hoc. So anytime you've just read a really good book and you want to send it off, and then it would get sent to her either as an email or kind of, I think there's a spreadsheet that logs it for her. And that means it's slightly more like scattered, but it means she's continually getting people submitting what they've been reading, what they would recommend. So those are just some ways just to share the knowledge of what you're already reading. So I mentioned earlier the kind of 3 environmental narratives we're interested in. That process of climate change, what is climate change, what's happening, more kind of books about the environment that are maybe slightly more that educational slant of how the world works, environmental processes. The second one being more that climate justice, more looking at the human side, the impact on specific communities. And then that third one, that more empathy, empathizing with animals, empathizing with nature, empathizing with environmental spaces and why we need them, feeling engaged with nature. I'm going to try and give a book recommendation for each one. So the first one I've got is The Biggest Footprint by Rob and Tom Sears, which is a kind of 10 to 14-year-old. I think you could maybe go slightly younger, slightly older, depending on the kids that you're working with. All the age guides I give, I think, are very rough, because you know the kids you work with best, or you know the families you work with best, and you'll know if a book's maybe going to be slightly out with the range. This is a non-fiction, highly illustrated book. What I mentioned earlier about, we love those because, again, a lot of kids feel pressured to go from picture books to books that lose a lot of that illustration. And it's like we're robbing kids of one of the languages that they understand books by. I've actually got it here. So the biggest footprint, the premise is meet the mega human, colossal, clueless, and the biggest hope for life on Earth. And we start with this title page where it says, this book belongs to, and you can sign your name here. And then there's an asterisk. And the asterisk says, by signing here, you have agreed to be part of a scientific experiment in which all molecules in your body will be temporarily rearranged. So the premise of this book is we open with all the humans in the world, and it's a huge crowd. And then all the humans get put into a big smooshing machine, and out comes one big human being. And the idea is we kind of follow this mega giant, this mega colossal one person, and it's compared with animals. So for example, all the tigers in the world would fit on our thumbnail. All the giraffes would just reach the top of our ankles. All the sharks would be pinched between our fingertips. And this is the eyebrow of the mega human. All the rhinos would just be in our eyebrows. So it's kind of talking a little bit about animal extinction, but also the changes as well. So the mega African elephant in the 1800s, you can see the mega human could sit on its back. Now we can barely balance on it. It also talks a bit about kind of that consumption. So there is, it looks at all the food we eat in a year. It looks at making a massive burger, which is all the meat that humans produce. It also looks a bit at fast fashion, but it's told through this central narrative of this massive giant. Highly illustrated. It's got a lot of humor throughout as well. And I think you could think of this as quite a tough book, but actually I think it manages that kind of humor. It feels very approachable. So when I was looking at this and I'm thinking about what book list I'm going to put this on, or I read it and thought I want to put this on a book list, the things this is kind of that I'm picking up on that I like out of this, a highly illustrated nature. It's a great offer for that kind of multimodal second language. It also balances the tone of something that is quite scary, like overconsumption, fast fashion, extinction of animals, with, I think it's honest, but I also think it's approachable. I think the metaphor is quite easy to understand. It gives us another way to describe climate change without being really direct and scary. It's also a very wide breadth in this book. It covers a lot of different issues of the way we treat the environment, as I've said, fast fashion, animals, overconsumption. So yeah, that was my first book, and that was my example of the kind of first category. This is a good book for kind of talking about what is our impact on the environment and how can we change it, or how can we rethink it. My second example is this is actually my own. I bought this and then I was thinking about this presentation and I was like, wait a minute, this would be a great one to pull out. Tales from the Inner City by Sean Tan. Some of you might know Sean Tan for his wordless book, The Arrival. He is an absolutely gorgeous illustrator. This is a series of short stories, highly illustrated. I think for the age of this is maybe slightly older. I would say maybe 14, 15 above. Each chapter follows a different animal who's living in a city. So there's a crocodile who lives in a skyscraper flat, a pig that is slowly disappearing through the floor, a cat who's owned by several different families in the same block of flats. And this book is so clever because it's not directly talking to you about climate change. It's not as kind of, this is very like specifically talking about the environment. This is slightly more subtle. This is slightly more asking you to think about things. So the story I mentioned about the pig, it's really sad. Every person in their house in this world has a pig, and the pig is slowly disappearing through the floor. And the children who live in this family decide they're going to free the pig and let it run free. So that's obviously kind of a metaphor about consumption of meat, but also kind of the loss of animals. I'm going to show you a little bit of this because I can't resist. But so first off, the contents page. Each animal, I don't know if you can see here, but each animal's got a little number on it, and that's the contents page. So immediately I was like, I'm in. Each story also, I think they're quite nicely laid out, a lot of blank text, but also with every story you get an illustration. This one's from the butterfly story, so this is about butterflies taking over a city. There's a beautiful story about dogs and about our relationship with dogs and how they started as wolves and how now they're kind of our pets and we live with them in cities. I'll try and find, there's one about giant snails taking over the city, which is just gorgeous. But the cat one made me so emotional because it's about kind of our relationship with animals and how an entire block of flats could love one cat. But also I think this book really beautifully underlines how artificial cities are in a way. We've built these environments that kind of very much can alienate people from nature. And this book is kind of saying, what if nature encroached much more on those spaces? So yeah, a slightly older book, but I think it's a really, really strong one and it's got a lot of heart to it. And I put this would be a really good book for empathizing with nature. You really empathize with the animals and the kind of natural parts of the story. Okay, my last book, we're back to our story at the start of the session. So this is What Starts Here Stops Here by the Hope Street Collective. I absolutely adore this, and I've had the absolute pleasure on working on a resource on this book. This is, I think, for 7 up, so maybe your P2, P3 children up. I actually think, with all 3 of these books that I've picked, I actually think all ages, as in adults as well, could read them. So just a little bit about this book. This is kind of a pamphlet. It's very short. It's by the Hope Street Collective, who are a feminist grassroots collective based in Glasgow. It's about a robin who's blown off course by a gale, who travels through time. We read up to him still kind of in the past, but he travels from the past right to the present day. And I know what I read to you is quite tricky because it is quite intense, but it does get a lot better and it ends with quite a hopeful note. Through the robin, we kind of see firsthand the history of Glasgow and the impact of colonialism and climate change, but also how those forces are very much linked in the past and today. I also think this book beautifully articulates the importance of protest, using specific Scottish examples. It's really sophisticated. It manages to do so much in so few pages, and also it has a glossary at the end. So you can look at the glossary and it'll have a glossary both on Scots terms, but also on the actual individuals and examples from history that Robin met along the way. Just an example page. I know you saw this earlier, but this is the Robin meeting James Watt, and you can see all at once this kind of concept of overconsumption. They're eating a tortoise and a big pig head. Also the racism, the kind of servant in the corner who's a person of colour, the only person of colour in the room. And just the illustrations are gorgeous. I think this book's fantastic. So we actually created a resource with the help of the Hope Street Collective, which explores this book. And the resource has been designed. It does have like curriculum for excellence markers on it, but I think you could very much, it's been designed so you could use it with a classroom, but you could also adapt the activities and use them in a library, use them with a group of families. And essentially the resource is designed that you read through What Starts Here Stops Here, and then you kind of create your own version, because it's obviously very set in Glasgow. We wanted to create something where you could look at your own specific area, your local area. So there's different activities and worksheets that are involved in this, but basically some of the activities are about kind of just being in your local area, walking around, looking at examples of things that are bad for the environment, such as pollution, littering, but also looking at the things you already do, which are good for the environment, whether you've got like recycling bins, charity shops, Make and Mend Do hubs. It also involves using some library and archive resources, such as the Legacies of British Slavery map, which basically is a fantastic resource where you can look on the map and it will show you people who profited from colonialism across Scotland, and you can go right into your specific local area and find out who the nearest person was, and it will trace through the archive to look at what they did, how they made this money, what the impact was, and it's always being updated, and it is, you can get absolutely lost looking at it, but it's really good, and it's really good introduction as well to children, families about using the archive map. And the other thing this resource looks at is the importance of protest, specifically historical Scottish examples, right up to the children's climate change strikes today. I also wanted to include a little screenshot of this video because that was sent to me by the Hope Street Collective who wanted me to put it in, and I hadn't found it before, but it is a beautiful 7-minute video created by children in Scotland to explain climate justice, and they do. When I tell you, I was trying to find a video that I could show to children to explain climate justice for so long, and then the video made by children was by far the best one. It is just superb. They articulate it so well. They give such good examples, and it's also beautifully kind of stop motion animation. So yeah, the link to that resource will be embedded in this slideshow. So when that gets sent around, please do have a look at it. Feel free to use it with your library groups if that's useful. I think it has been written for more, children using that picture book. But as I said, I think you could adapt it for older ages. I think it could be a really good community project. And I also want to point towards this section of the Scottish Book Trust website, which is our Heading Outdoors section. So there's loads in there that you can use, adapt as a library. Obviously the book lists, please do take those, use those if they're useful, but also there's articles on things like literary walks around Scotland, how to encourage outdoor reading if you have any outdoor space. There's also a resource called 10 Things to Do with Any Book Outdoors, and that has 10 ideas for reading outdoors. Some of it is like a bit on how to kind of build an outside reading area, or create a kind of book themed scavenger hunt. Some of it's more like games that you can play, but the idea is that you can take any book and adapt it. So whether you're kind of connected to a school or if you just have families visiting, these could be really good as a kind of different way of family engagement. So yeah, please do have a look at that. And I guess the last thing I kind of wanted to think about a little bit, and I don't think I'm the expert on this, but I just wanted to think about this because the theme of sustainable collections made me think quite a bit. And I wanted to end on a bit of a big thought to encourage you to all go away and think about this. So when we're thinking about a sustainable collection, I wanted to think what is a sustainable collection? Because I think when we're looking at books and texts, we're looking at books and texts that are talking about sustainability, talking about the environment. And we know those books are going to potentially inspire both young people, both adults, people who read them, either with the knowledge they contain, with that kind of level of empathy. Hopefully that messaging is going to inspire people to be more sustainable and educate them about things like climate change. But I also want to talk a little bit about how books are produced and the kind of emerging information that's coming out. So there's some links on here about wider sustainability in terms of publishing. So from Tree to Me is from the Society of Authors. They've created 10 questions that they are suggesting that authors send to their publisher to ask of them to prove that they, as a publisher, are being environmentally friendly, advocating for the environment. Publishing Declares is asking publishers to pledge a commitment to the environment. So you can go and look at that and you can see who signed the pledge. So if you're considering a book, maybe there's another layer where you want to consider, if this book is, for example, I know Canongate have signed it, and Canongate did Biggest Footprint, and I think they also did the Small Bodies of Water by Nina Minion Powell's. That could be something you think about as well, double checking if a book, if that publisher has signed it, and can we do some work to push more on publishers to sign that declaration. It's not about getting rid of a book if you already have it. I think it's about putting pressure on them and highlighting from our position why sustainability is important to us. And I wanted to talk a little bit about, I think, some of the things about libraries in terms of that sustainability and in terms of the stuff we can do around the collections and around the books that we highlight. And some of that is, I think libraries are already the hubs of sustainability in their community. They encourage a sharing approach to resources. Like literally the basis is we all have these books, we all have these resources, we all have these texts. We as a community come together and we share them among us, and they don't belong to any of us, they belong to all of us. And that's, that's sustainability defined for you, isn't it? But also I've seen libraries be used as, other spaces for community resource swapping, clothes swaps, upcycling, crafting, things like free period products. I think as well, libraries teach us how to find information, and that includes information about the environment. And that's something that is increasingly more and more important in the face of denial of climate change. And I think especially with my schools head on, when I'm thinking about young children, when I'm thinking about young people who are still in that process where they're developing their ability to interrogate what they're reading, what they're hearing. And then in terms of resource, like the resource on what starts here, stops here that I mentioned, that resource relies on functioning, strong libraries and archives. I mean, I very seriously would not have been able to produce it without using the information from places like the National Library of Scotland, their archives, University of Glasgow, their archives. That map that I mentioned, that's from a library archive. It makes sense to me that this resource finds its way back to libraries, because without them, it wouldn't exist. And I think as well, libraries provide a free space to meet, which is increasingly something that we are losing. And that's a place to gather, a place to learn, a place to share knowledge, how transformational that can be, especially again for young people. And I think this community gathering is crucial. I mean, both for us and our society overall and our mental health and our well-being, but also if we want to gather, if we want to share information and we want to demand more in terms of commitment for the environment, the library seems like a perfect place for me to do that. So I know that's quite a big question to end on, but I wanted to talk a bit more about sustainability, not just in the topics that we look at and not just in the books that we read, but as in what libraries are already doing, and not to put more weight on your shoulders, but to just celebrate that, I think. And I think it's something we should, if we can, shout about more, about how libraries really can be the first step in so many people's journeys in terms of sustainability, both in the books they read and the space it offers. That's all from me, but I think if anyone does have any questions, I'm more than happy to I can open the chat just now as well, because I realized I could see it popping up whilst I was there, but I was looking at my slides.
We've been busy just singing the praises of these resources. Thank you. That was such a fabulous call to action and celebration to end on. And you'll see as you're going through the chat that actually Sarah had asked this very question about whether you kind of incorporate how sustainable the books are as a physical object, where the paper's coming from, printing. We think extensively about plastic covers here in libraries, so that was brilliant to get your insights into that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, and I wanted to say, I didn't mention it, but also on that article, also on that last slide, there's a link to an article, and I didn't want to just read it to you, but it's really, really interesting, and it talks about the environmental impact of publishing, and it talks both about that stuff that's in the physical books, but also, are ebooks more environmentally friendly, and things like those plastic coated cups. That's all in that article, and I don't want to just parrot it at you, but I really highly recommend it because it is really interesting, and it's not something I knew that much about before this presentation, but yeah, it's very useful.
Amazing, thank you. That will be coming to CILIPSGoGreen resource collection at our end as well very soon. That's fantastic. And actually, if anyone's got any last minute questions for Catherine, please do pop them in the chat or raise your hand. Just while you're thinking, in fact, perhaps following on from all that, firstly, I love how much you're embedding the practice of sharing reading recommendations even as a staff body. It's not just kind of outward facing to the public, but you're doing it day in, day out with each other, and that's such a great way to build community in every sense. I was really struck as well by you having that inclusive definition of a book or a text, perhaps, that, you know, we have, for instance, we've got a great event coming up next month with Glasgow Zine Library. You know, we're very interested, especially our legal deposit library, National Library of Scotland. It's like, how do libraries negotiate alternative or more radical forms in their collections? And I've looked out, so everybody that knows me knows that I'm devoted to the poet, Scottish poet Kathleen Raine, and one of her collections, this is actually a little pamphlet, and it was printed on recycled paper. This was before I was born, so it's you know, these principles have been, those who cared about it have always been there for us. And I just wonder, Catherine, with the text that you're encountering, are the more kind of radical or alternative forms, are they more open to alternative ideas? Are there kind of parallels in what kind of how a text is produced and then what that text has to tell us?
I think for sure. Like I think going back to the example of the What Starts Here Stops Here, I mentioned very briefly, but that is a pamphlet, and that was the Hope Street Collective published it themselves, and it was the work of four people, I think. So there was an illustrator, an author, an editor, and then I think someone who did publishing. I might be getting that wrong off the top of my head, but I do think that that pamphlet format can be more radical because partly it's not reliant on other people to share what they've made. You know, the four of them, or the Hope Street Collective, came together. They wanted to write that book. They went and wrote it, and then they've done it. And also they're sending a copy to every school in Glasgow. And and also the kind of the training they do around it, I think, is very radical in terms of talking about what matters to us personally. The stuff that they do with children is amazing. But also I think there's something about that pamphlet model's fascinating to me because it can move a lot more quickly. It's so much easier to publish a pamphlet, and that does mean you can stay, I suppose, more on top of the current mood or the current feeling, and you can create one without the same number of resources, kind of put it out in the world, and it doesn't have to take as long. And I think there's advantages and disadvantages to both models, and you know, in terms of books that maybe take longer but are, you know, there's more resources behind them to make sure they're more thoroughly researched, versus I think that pamphlet, I think I was very excited by the potential that in my work I could work with, you know, both, you know, the more thoroughly researched, thought together book that takes so much longer and so many more people to produce, but also like a grassroots group of people coming together and deciding this was what they wanted to make. Both are incredibly exciting to me. So yeah, I think there's possibilities for being radical wherever you are, but I do think that pamphlets sometimes do take the edge a little bit, just in terms of that ability to be slightly more fast-paced.
Love it.
And I was just going to say, I've linked to that art. I saw someone asking for the article in the chat. It's there, but also when the slides go around, everything I've mentioned will be linked, so you can have a good peruse later.
Amazing. We will indeed. There's plenty of food for thought there. Growing our library collections, planting fantastic seeds there, Catherine. Thank you so very much. That was absolutely inspirational. We're so appreciative. And with that, I think we're moving on to yet more of our Green Libraries Grant Fund recipients. So I'm going to hand back to Leah for our next two fantastic grant projects.
Yes, seeds was a good segue there, Kirsten. So yes, now we return to the Green Libraries Scotland grant funded projects, and we're especially excited to highlight the first ever school library sustainability project funded anywhere in the UK. So I think a round of applause for that, because that's fantastic news. So it's led by school librarian Donna Baird, and Seeds to Success, which is the project name, is supporting St Ninian's High School's new support for learning space and adjacent garden by creating a safe and welcoming space for pupils to read outdoors and relax, complete with kinder boxes decorated by them, for which the children are selecting books to support their emotional, sensory and environmental needs. So from this portable library collection to seed diaries and so much more, Seeds to Success is encouraging mindfulness and the well-being benefits that both reading and nature bring for young people, staff and also parents as well. So it's a very well-rounded project. So Donna, thank you so much for joining us. And if you could take the green stage just now and tell us all about Seeds to Success.
I will try to make sure that I can share my screen. Is that all right? Can someone set me up that I can do that? Because then you don't have to stare at me.
You see the option down below to share your screen.
There we go. From the beginning. Right, hopefully that looks better than I do. So just to reiterate, my name's Donna Baird and I've been a school librarian at St Ninians High School in East Renfrewshire. There are other St Ninians High Schools for a very long time. For the past 7 years, I've also been the librarian for Williamwood High School due to the cuts in school library numbers in the authority and, to be honest, nationwide. But I'm only doing it in one school because the idea of doing it in two would just, I'd keel over. I'd be in that garden as well under probably the patio. So if you want to follow the project as we're going along, then as we've said, it's called Seeds to Success. I do love a nice name. And that is at St Ninians Lib is where you'll follow me on Twitter or X or whatever we decide to call it this week. And obviously the hashtag, which is Green Libraries. There will be a few green library puns in here. I haven't been able to be on all day because I've been doing my lesson, so apologies if I've already nicked somebody's terrible joke. I've always had a really positive relationship working with support for learning at St Ninians. Successive principal teachers have always recognised the benefits of making friends with the librarian who can get you free books. Has always been for them, and luckily enough we've got a new PT just started last week and he's very keen to keep up with this. We all know, if you work in a school and in the wider world of libraries, that people who need a wee bit of extra support within society do seem to gravitate towards that space. And I love the fact that so many of my support for learning pupils find that the library is their second home within the school. It's a safe space and a nurturing space. And also I talk to them who I don't know how many have wee chats with other people during the day. We've had a significant rise in the number of support for learning pupils since the end of COVID, and in the severity of needs having to be met by schools. Our support for learning department already have a very strong sense of green issues, and we're lucky enough, we've got a courtyard space within the school that's a little garden, so they use it to grow vegetables and fruit, and they've worked with local park wardens. We've also got bees. We are in a park, but we're also across the road from another park. It's a beautiful park. Come and visit Brook and Glen. It's got waterfalls and swans and all sorts of stuff, but our pupils go across and tend to the bees, so we actually have our own honey as well. Some of our pupils also take part in barista training as well, and we have our own Bees Knees cafe. I don't drink coffee, but I've been told it's delicious. I think they also deliver, but maybe not to Zoom. I've always wanted to create a better space for support for learning. The library, if we can call it a library, which we can't, was a shelf in a corner. It was a spinny stand somewhere. It was a box. It was just a bunch of books that were really kind of like the third-hand books, not the best for them. And that was really down to the fact that they never really had their own space. Work in a very, very big school and space is at a premium. Luckily enough, we have a new head teacher who really supports support for learning, and we're going to have a new base for them. It's a kind of the size of a medium classroom, slightly bigger than an average one, and it'll have double doors leading out into the courtyard space, which is absolutely perfect for what I've always wanted to do for them, which is create a proper library space. The plan was just to have a small space, but now that we've got this bigger room, I'm just going to try and take over as much as I possibly can. So this was serendipity. I have followed the Green Libraries hashtag for the past year or so. I'm always on the lookout for extra funding, and I noticed that there was some funding in England, but it never applied to schools. And then when I saw it came out in Scotland, I think within 10 minutes, I was on to Kirsten saying, can schools apply? And she was like, listen, go for it. The worst that can happen is we say no. And I was like, brilliant, fantastic. So this was absolute serendipity for us. And obviously they said yes, so it was clearly a success. Whilst it was originally my idea, I did spread it out to other teachers as well. Working in a big school, so many brilliant things go on elsewhere that we just don't hear about. So I said, listen, I'm interested in doing this project. And they came back, we love this, but how about we add this to it? How about we add that bit to it? Because I'm a librarian 100%, their teachers 100%, so they were able to give me a kind of different angle on it. So I was so pleased to take it forward. As I say, we're one of the biggest schools in Scotland. We now have over 2,000 pupils. Please don't leave the library at changeover time of the bell or you may be crushed. We now have 360 pupils in S1. We're now nearing October and I still haven't seen all of my first year pupils. Approximately 28% of our school roll has an identified ASN need, which is over 550 children. And I tell you, we have well more that do not have an identified ASN need, but they certainly have a need. Dyslexia is our biggest, and I think that's probably the biggest in all of the schools. Then it's followed by autism. We have 71 pupils with an ASD profile on our current school roll, which is autism spectrum disorder, and that's a variety of lots of different things. This is a quote, a lovely quote. I'm going to get it on billboards and posters and t-shirts and send it out to you from our recently departed, she's not dead, she's moving to the Highlands, which is not the same thing, about this project. She was so excited about it, and I think one of the sad things is that she won't be able to see it through, but she does stalk me on Twitter, so that's absolutely fine. So that was great to hear from her. As part of applying for the funding, it was really helpful to me. I did all the wordy bits, but the school had already started on this process. So I simply trolled through what the school was already doing on their Twitter account. And here is just some of the examples of some of the fantastic things that are going on. I love the fact that they took some of our pupils out wild foraging and they made their own nettle wine. I'm sure it's non-alcoholic, it is a school after all. They went to technical and made their own planters, which we now have in the garden. And then they planted, I think it was from old shelving somewhere in the school, really sustainable, brilliant skills for these kids to be able to take part in that. Then they grew the flowers, grew the plants, and then sold it again in the Bee's Knees Cafe, which is just kind of full circle for us, which is absolutely fantastic. Here are some more images at the bottom, right or left, I don't know if I flipped my screen. You'll see a small girl standing beside a rock. Her name is Joy, and she is so well named. You'll also see her in her little bees outfit at the top. I was talking to her about the fact that I was doing this week, and she said, well, why is it you? Why are you doing it? And I said, well, this was kind of my idea to have this library. And she said, that's one of the reasons I love this school. People do stuff like this for us, which I thought was lovely. She also asked if she would be famous after this. So honestly, if you see that girl anywhere, please could you ask her for her autograph? Because she thinks after this she's going to be famous. I did say it's just librarian. She went, I don't care. So if you see Joy, then please let her know. Our group in Support for Learning that do all these things is called our Flourish group, which ties in with the school logo, which is, or school motto, I should say, which is Floreat Juventus, which is let youth flourish. And it's absolutely perfect for what we're trying to do with this project. So what is the project? Stop yakking. So it was my big wee idea to create a new library space in the school for our Support for Learning pupils, but to do it with a bit more zhuzh. So what I was planning to do, I'm buying books. That's what we do. We're really good at it. I'm going to buy a Kinder trolley, but it had to be on wheels. Bean bags. We're going to involve some authors in here as well. And we're also going to have some seed diaries, and I'll talk about them in a second. So our books. So first of all, I didn't want pupils to come into a room where they had shelves, but it was empty. So I made sure, and I will make a commitment going forward for as long as I'm the school librarian at St Ninians, that I will take £100, at least £100 of my budget, and I will buy them new books each year so it's refreshed and keeps going. And also so that they walk in and there is a big pile of lovely brand new books already in the library waiting for them. From that, it won't be up to me, it'll be up to pupils and staff who will then select books. Joy has already put in her order. She would like some Enid Blyton titles and some comic books that she's able to colour in. So she will be getting first dibs on them, because you don't argue with that girl. There'll also be a mix of mental health, environmental issues, fiction, non-fiction, whatever the pupils want, the pupils are going to get in there. Pupils will be shown how to set up the library in a really kind of small scale format so that they have a real sense of identity. It's our library, it's not Mrs. Baird's and she's just put it into her room. It belongs to us, and if we need help, when we know where she is. And pupils will run the library themselves. I'm going to get a wee stamp, it'll say Seeds to Success. All the books in there will have that stamp in it, and those books have to stay with them. Here are some of the books that I plan to use, and we've already got them in the school, which has been lovely. Different books from what I would normally buy. I love the Scottish plant lore one. I know nothing about plant lore, but that book is absolutely stunning. One book that's been an absolute, or one series I should say, that's been an absolute hit, and if you don't have them in your libraries, I would suggest that you do, is the coloured ones here, the red book, the blue book and the yellow book. So the red book is, it's a big square and it has pictures in it, but they don't talk down to pupils, so it's perfect for teenagers. The cartoons aren't too cutesy or too juvenile. And the red book is, use this book when you're feeling angry. The blue book is, use this book when you're feeling sad. And I just seen them online, read a couple of reviews and got them into the school. Within 2 hours, Support for Learning had brought down pupils who have their own plan on what they do if they feel overwhelmed in class. And they started to look at those books and they loved them. This is part of the joy of being able to do this, that within a couple of hours of getting these books, which I wouldn't have bought had it not been for the Green Libraries funding, that one boy had already said, I'm going to try that when I feel overwhelmed in class. And that's just such an emotional thing to do. And I'm not ashamed about that. So the joys of buying a kinder trolley, that took a while, because you have to buy within the authorities buying consortium. I wanted a green one, there are no green ones, so we're getting a brown one, but we're going to do things to it, so it might as well end up being green. So it's a slimline one, so it'll be easy to move about for the pupils themselves, and it can be used inside and outside. So we're going to have our classroom, and then it's out onto decking, and then it's out onto the garden space itself. So this will be really easy for the pupils to move themselves. There'll be all of the books that I've been talking about, plus the others that the pupils themselves want. Plus there'll be pens and paper, colouring in, anything that they need just to chill out and relax. We've also got someone who's boldly taken on the idea that she will teach the pupils how to make origami paper flowers, which just again ties in beautifully with this project. So what we're actually going to use is old books from the library, and we're going to get them to make the origami paper flowers out of the old books, and we're going to stick it all over the kinder trolley. So whether it's green or not, it doesn't matter, we're going to make it flowery. We're also buying bean bags. I hate bean bags. I've never seen anyone gracefully get up from a bean bag, but we're going to have 2 huge waterproof bean bags that we'll be able to drag in and out. So on the 3 days of summer that we have, we'll be able to take them outside into the garden. Pupils can sit there and read their books. If not, they can use them in the classroom space. They're really bright and they're really bold. The wee cushions at the side were a wee add-on, a wee gift from me. As long as the wee gnome isn't called Beardy or Beardo, I think I'll be okay with it. And they were just a couple of pounds from us, so just to give a different feeling for the library and for that classroom, that it's not like every other room in the school. I am always on the lookout for funding, and every year I contact the Scottish Book Trust. Thank you, Scottish Book Trust. And more often than not, I'm successful for live literature funding. And this year I'm successful again. So thank you for that. And the 2 authors that we're going to have in will be as part of this project. I don't know if that swung it, but that's brilliant. I will take whatever that you give to me. And this will mean that the funding that we got for Green Libraries will be able to go even further. So the first author will come in and we'll do a bit of a ribbon cutting and chat to a smaller group of pupils, and every pupil that's invited along, I'm going to leave that up to Support for Learning, because we have so many pupils, it'll be up to them to decide who comes along. Every pupil will go away with having met a real life author, and they will also get a book. That's part of the funding as well, and the author will sign it and personalise it for them as well. Around Christmas time or January, I'm going to be looking for, I'm not quite sure, suggestions, more than happy for perhaps a storyteller or somebody who's used to working in much smaller groups. Whenever I do apply for live literature funding, it is all about, for me, bums on seats. How can I maximise the number of pupils that I can have? So often I'll have an audience, can you take 100, can you take 200, can you take 300? For this event, it might be a group of 4. I don't really mind. Often for our pupils who have support for learning issues, being in a big group in a new environment out of their normal routine doesn't work for them. And I want this to be a happy, lovely, positive experience. So we'll target pupils who really feel, I don't know, perhaps a little bit isolated with this school, or pupils who are poor attenders, and they will be invited along to the new support for learning space to meet the author and maybe work with the author as well. What I would also like to do is film this event, or perhaps put it on to something like Zoom, and have our pupils who either don't attend school or only attend very rarely, but they're part of it as well. And all the pupils that attend and all the pupils that will be invited to watch will also get a free book. We'll make sure that that gets to their home and it'll be personalised and signed by the author themselves. Many years ago, I saw a book called, I think it was called The Tree, and the idea was a wee bit like what you were talking about the pamphlet idea. It was a book that had seeds infused in it. So when you finished reading the book, you planted the book, which I thought was fantastic. So just to get a little bit of feedback, or just to add another dimension to the scheme, what I thought I would do is I would buy heavy seed paper. You can get it in a kind of thicker quantity, and turn it into diaries for the pupils. Now they can write about their books, they can write about their hopes, their dreams, they can write about how wonderful Mrs. Baird is. I really don't mind. Nobody will be checking on them, nobody will be looking at them. And in the spring, they will then take their diaries and they will plant them. As I said, we're already in a park, so they could plant them in the park, or they can take them home and they can plant them there. One issue I have found with trying to source the seed paper is that our normal suppliers don't have it. One of the suppliers that did offer it to us was a supplier who had poppy seeds in it, and I just had this kind of Breaking Bad vibe about it, that I was then going to be giving children books that they would then grow drugs at home, and Mrs. Baird would have a wee side hustle. That's clearly not part of the scheme. So hopefully we'll be able to source our seed paper. If not, we've got a scientist on board and a science teacher, and she said that she'll help us make our own seed paper, which might just be part of the scheme anyway, so that'll be great fun. Part of applying for the funding was that we had an element of partnership working. Now, as you can see, Library Lane, who wouldn't want to live in Library Lane? This is a picture of Thornleybank Library, and they run their own scheme called The Root Cause, and we're going to hopefully team up with them. So again, it's similar to many schemes that I've seen public libraries who have a bit of a garden space. They'll be planting their own plants, and the idea would be it'll be sustainable, and you end up with a seed library. And it'd be really nice, because Thornleybank Library isn't very far away from the school at all, that our pupils will be able to go down, and maybe they could even plant their diaries there, or they can see what's going on there. And again, just that link with another organisation. We also work with Adult Services, the Health and Social Care Partnership within East Renfrewshire, and maybe in some of the earlier pictures you saw some of the adults with additional needs that come into the schools, and we're hoping to involve them in the project. And we have our SFL cafe as well, Bees Knees Cafe. So I thought, again, how can we take that a little bit further? So again, the ideas would be open for the pupils, but can they make bookmarks and kind of press their flowers into it and sell it as part of that? Or can we move the cafe out to the garden area so they can see where the books are as well? As I say, it's my idea, but it'll be the pupils that will benefit the most, and it's up to them to really kind of go for it. So if you have any questions, throw them in the chat, or if do you think I've talked enough, then I'm more than happy with that, and I'll stop sharing my screen. Okay.
Thank you so much, Donna. That's absolutely fantastic. I think with this, as well as all the other projects that we've heard from, and I'm sure the projects that we're still to hear from, it just seems that, you know, the ideas just keep on coming. Once you've started the project, things just, you know, the sustainability of the project itself, it just kind of keeps on going. And I think the way that you're kind of implementing the pupils within the centre of that is a really lovely kind of narrative to surround all this kind of green libraries and sustainability and climate action kind of these kind of resources. So it's been absolutely fantastic. And that's basically echoing what everyone has said in the chat thus far. Everyone's really inspired by what you've been able to do so far and what you're planning to do as well. And Susan was saying that she also loves the Scottish plant lore book, which I think we need to get up at CILIPS HQ at some point, because it sounds like a beautiful book. So there's no questions as of yet.
That's fine. I'll handle that.
But I think, as Donna said, you can easily be reached on Twitter, St. Ninian's Lib, and I know that you're very active on there. And it's also, I would highly recommend following Donna on Twitter, because it's really fantastic how well you kind of keep everyone updated on the outcome of the project. So thank you so much, Donna.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for doing this. No matter whether you give me the funding or not, I would have done it in some format because I'm so passionate. But the fact that I got this funding just means I can take it that stage further. And I haven't met anybody who isn't excited by this project, doesn't want to take part in this project as well. So if we can do it in one school, we can do it in lots of schools. So hopefully this will be the start of a seeds to success for other people.
Hey, there we go.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. That one will let slide.
Thank you.
No worries, Donna. Thank you so much. So our fourth and final Green Library Scotland Grant Fund project of the day is Environmentalist in Residence at Western Bartonshire Libraries. So I might butcher the name of this project, but it is inspired by the Toronto Public Library and British Library NVR programs, and I'll let you correct me once you start, Eleanor, if that is wrong. So this innovative project is inviting an environmentalist to engage with library collections and respond with climate-related programs, campaigns and projects, working with local organisations to create a safe learning environment at Alexandria Library, where young people will be encouraged and empowered to lead local climate action. So our project is centred on ecological literacy and climate justice, and we're delighted to have Sustainability Coordinator and Project Lead Eleanor White to share more. So take it away, Eleanor. Lovely to have you.
Thank you so much for the little introduction and for having me. I'm excited to share the update about the Environmentalist in Residence. Can you all see that screen okay? Is that all good? I think.
Yep, looks good.
Wonderful. So yeah, my name is Eleanor White. I'm the Sustainability Coordinator at Western Bartonshire Libraries. And yeah, I'm very excited to be the project lead on the Environmentalist in Residence project. To give a little bit of context of where I'm going to go in the presentation, I'll be quick, I promise, but I thought it'd be good to give some grounding to Western Bartonshire Libraries, some past creative climate action that we've done before sinking our teeth into the Environmentalist in Residence project and the timeline moving forward. So Western Bartonshire Libraries, we have 8 public libraries, 5 secondary school libraries and a mobile library. We have a community food forest garden based at Alexandria Library, which is towards Balloch Way. And the community food forest garden is kind of centred on permaculture principles, where everything's kind of planted in guilds. And this photo here, just as a little side note, it's heritage Mange 2 that's native to Western Bartonshire. So we're trying to also plant things that are native and heritage seeds to the area. And a lot of that produce now goes to a local food bank. So we're trying to be as kind of local as possible when it comes to our garden activities. And we've recently launched, as part of my position as Sustainability Coordinator, an action plan that kind of outlines our commitment to integrate sustainability in all areas of our operations and outreach. And the action plan has kind of 3 main facets: zero waste practices and programming, including like waste in its most broadest sense, so including energy waste or water waste, as well as like physical material items, whether it's plastic packaging or boxes from Better World books, you know, all of the little things that are a part of our system. So yeah, the 3 main facets: zero waste practices and programming, and then the second is delivering biodiversity gains to the local area, primarily through the community food garden. And the third part of the sustainability action plan is creating accessible platforms for empowering climate action, which I think the residence is most keenly related to. Since launching the Sustainability Action Plan, we've explored creativity as the vehicle to inspire connection to nature and biodiversity, as well as importance of creativity in enriching climate action in the libraries. So I've just listed here like some of our creative climate action projects. The first that we completed in, I want to say March, March this year.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Eleanor, but I don't think the slides have moved on. We're just still looking at the contents one. So it sounds like...
Oh, thank you for letting me know.
That's good now, so we can see creative climate action. Yeah, it must have just been... looks good now, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so we've partnered with a local further education college and the National Curriculum Art and Design students designed our biodegradable library cards, thinking about environmentalism in Western Bartonshire. So we wanted to kind of give local young people the opportunity to have a live project that they could work on based on climate action. We've also set up an upcycling hub at Clydebank High Library, and they've called themselves Seems Legit, which is quite a funny name. And yeah, doesn't sound so good on paper as perhaps it sounds out loud. But that's been a really lovely success in terms of teaching the importance of circularity in textiles. We had Creative Nature Explorers, which was a summer program led by myself, with over 60 young people at 2 of our libraries that kind of, we made bird feeders, they designed little mobiles for birds. So thinking about how creatively we can engage with nature. And then finally, our most recent creative climate action project was the Climate Action Film Academy and film screening, which was funded by Screen Scotland. And just whilst I talk, I'll let the video roll, which is kind of a behind the scenes video of the Climate Action Film Academy. And the Climate Action Film Academy was kind of responding to how over 70% of young people feel hopeless in the face of the climate and ecological crises. And the Climate Action Film Academy wanted to support young people to navigate these complex emotions whilst empowering them through professional guidance and learning filmmaking skills to kind of share their voice in the climate and ecological crises. And had a really great impact. This is some of the feedback from the participants of that creative climate action project. Young people saying that they realised that climate change is much more important than they thought, and that they've become a lot more curious about how to help with climate change, and that they finally believe that climate change is a serious matter now, since completing the week-long Film Academy. And so kind of our reflection on the Climate Action Film Academy is that creative education can really enrich climate action and respond to the systemic underrepresentation of young people in the arts and climate policy making. So kind of moving through that, we really wanted to embed that kind of ethic of climate justice in terms of underrepresentation of young people and certain populations in climate policy making. We wanted to embed that ethic in our environmentalist in residence project. And I've just put a little definition on this slide of climate justice being the understanding that certain populations disproportionately bear the burden of climate breakdown, and while their voices are actively silenced or excluded from climate policy making. So our environmentalist in residence project is going to be aimed at kind of creating a platform for young people to share their voices. So the environmentalist in residence project. The project is inspired, as mentioned, by the Toronto Public Library and the British Library Environmentalist in Residence programmes. These residencies have invited an environmentalist to engage with the library's collections and to respond with climate-related programmes, campaigns or projects. Our residency is slightly different because rather than an environmentalist, we're looking for an artist. We want to kind of stick with what we know has been successful with our young people, and it really is creativity. And so we're offering a micro residency for a graduate artist of 35 hours. The 35-hour residency will be covered by the Green Libraries grant, which we're so grateful to receive, and it will kind of cover the Scottish Artists Union recommended rate of pay, which for a graduate artist I think is £26.20 an hour. So yeah, this is going to be an opportunity for early career or recently graduated artists whose practice is rooted in climate justice or environmentalism. And the artist will host 2 creative climate action workshops for young people aged 12 to 17. And we're really looking for someone who can creatively engage with the community food forest garden, as well as other library services if it's of interest to the artists themselves. A little bit about what we're offering as kind of the library service to the resident. We are dedicating £500 to materials and equipment costs, so that this can kind of be of benefit to the artists themselves to develop their practice. We'll be consulting with local youth organisations and young people in school libraries at every stage of the residency to ensure that the service is dismantling any barriers for the young people to access the public workshops, thinking about publicity design, the timing of workshops, whether food needs to be provided because we're arranging it at 5 p.m. I know I get a little bit hungry, so I wouldn't expect any young people to miss their dinner for any of these workshops. And so yeah, we're working quite closely with especially the upcycling hub at Clydebank High Library to kind of think about how we can design this residency to both work for the resident but also for our young people, and how we can co-curate the library's offering with young people. We'll also be offering the environmentalist in residence workshop and event support, including social media promotion, as well as organising attendees, food, drink, etc. In terms of the timeline, for the last month or so, we've been developing the post. I think I didn't quite realise what an endeavour that would be, but wonderfully we've now sent the invitation to tender for the position of environmentalist in residence to alumni networks from art schools in Glasgow. We're hoping to kind of create it so that it's a local opportunity. And in October, so the position deadline is the 9th of October for people to apply, and I can send the call out to all of you because it would be great to reach as many people as possible with this opportunity. But on the 9th of October, we'll be closing applications, and within that week, we'll review all applications for the environmentalist in residence and award the tender to a recent graduate. Through October and November, we'll be consulting with our young people, as I said, to ensure that the workshops and the resident kind of meets their needs and interests. And the micro residency of 35 hours will happen during November and December this year. So I'm very excited to be working alongside the artist to really curate a programme for our libraries. And then in January and May, we'll collate and share the learnings and legacy of the project with you all. And I'm sure it will be a raging success with our young people. All of them are already really excited and have big opinions of what they want it to be. But yeah, if you have any more questions, I know I've only touched briefly on our plans, but if you'd like any more information about anything that's happening in our libraries, please do get in touch with me. Email me, or yeah, Western Bartonshire Libraries Facebook or Twitter as well is great. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share with you all. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Eleanor. It's been absolutely lovely to have you. I think it's really fantastic to hear everything that you're doing with the project. And I think especially when it came to the kind of the 4 projects at the very end, that one stood out from the rest as, you know, slightly different, even though I think all the projects have a really big emphasis on creativity and especially young people as well, and platforming young people's voices in this sort of climate justice context. So it's been really fantastic to get some insight into that project and kind of what you envision to happen. And as well, and please let us know if there's anything that we can do. And, you know, if you send us the post for the environmental in residence, we can get it tweeted out and that sort of thing as well, so that we always like to have as many people as we can applying for these sort of things. So yeah, I'll just double check the chat. Yeah, again, as all the rest of the projects, there's just everyone singing your praises in the chat, and saying what a wonderful project it is, and what a wonderful creative slant that you've put onto the project. So yeah, as Eleanor has said, we will circulate the slides afterwards, and with the same for all the other grant fund recipients, if you'd like to get in touch with them, I'm sure we'll be able to kind of pass along their Twitter handles and emails and that sort of thing, if you've got any questions or if you need any advice about anything. So thank you very much, Eleanor. It was fantastic to have you, and I think I'll pass along to Kirsten again.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Eleanor, and thanks, Donna. My goodness, you can imagine how exciting we have been here at the CILIPS team to see these projects taking shape, taking root, flowering, blossoming, whatever, we'll jam in all the puns. But seriously, it is just so inspiring to see, as Leah says, this work going in all these different directions, such creativity, such community spirit, and we honestly cannot wait to see the final outputs as well. So thank you for sharing all these insights. We are going to have a quick comfort break now. So it's 2:26. Shall we just make it back? We'll just take a few minutes. Okay, it's gone 2:27. I've lost it. So let's go 2:35 then. We'll take a very sort of non-rounded 8-minute comfort break, so everybody can go grab a glass of water, get a little screen break, and I think then, but make sure that you're back here for 2:35, because you definitely don't want to miss Paperboats. And Sandy, am I right in thinking that people should have a scrap piece of paper to hand if you've got a newspaper, a magazine, something like that? Yeah, we are going to be getting crafty yet again. Fantastic.
Yes, if you can hear me, yes, anything, a leaflet, a book, or anything that's an oblong shape.
Lovely, lovely. It's nice to be at that point in the day when I can use the notes for earlier that we've gone through. So yeah, we'll be back here at 2:35, everyone. Make sure you've got a piece of scrap paper handy, and we'll see you then. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you were able to grab a brief comfort break there. And before we get going, let me actually give a shout out to our US contingent who are following along on Twitter/X. It's been wonderful to see that Green Libraries Scotland is really Green Libraries Global today, led by Noah Lenstra. We're seeing lots of support from our library colleagues across the Atlantic, some of whom will be watching this recording if they're not with us live. So thank you so much for the support. And we are absolutely on board for Green Libraries USA as well. Fantastic idea. And speaking of fantastic ideas, it's an absolute delight to introduce our next session, which is an extra special one as we discover how library communities can stand and sail in solidarity with writers tackling the climate crisis. So Paperboats is an innovative collection of writers focused on nature and environment in the time of heartbreaking climate and ecological breakdown. They're Scotland-based and global in outlook, like today, the spirit of today. And these writers write to affirm the astonishing life of this planet. Their aim is to raise a diversity of voices on the climate crisis, particularly those underrepresented groups and those on the front line of the climate emergency. With such a powerful shared mission, I can see many possibilities for partnerships with libraries on the horizon. So welcome Chris and Sandy to tell us more. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for inviting us. Now we're delighted to be here. So I'm here with Chris Pavici. My name's Sandy Winterbottom, and Chris is here as moral support for me. He's Paperboats as well. Give everyone a wave, Chris. So yeah, so I'm a former environmental scientist turned writer, and I did my master's in creative writing at Stirling, which is how I met Chris. And Paperboats kind of really came out of a collective of nature writers centred around Stirling, but we're kind of broadening that out to Scotland and beyond right now. And we kind of came together quite quickly earlier this year, or Chris set up our group last year. But we, with our eyes very much focused on nature as writers, we're becoming increasingly alarmed at the rate and the ferocity of climate change and that it's taking. And as a climate scientist myself, it's really changing beyond all predictions. We're looking at sort of kind of worst case scenario now. That's the bad news. So we set up quite quickly with a sense of urgency. We have no funding, we have no staff. We run all of this in our spare time, and so we worked on the principle, let's do it first and then solve the problems later. So things like funding we hope will come in time, but principally we just wanted to get going because of the kind of quite rapid nature of this climate emergency. So yes, as you said, Kirsten, we're a collective of writers focused on nature and environment in a time of climate and ecological breakdown. We're inspired by Kathleen Jamie's poem. It was lovely to see her book flagged up earlier on about the tree. She's a remarkable poet and is part of our Paperboats group. And Kathleen wrote this poem for COP26, which is what the Clyde said after COP26. And the last verse is really quite poignant. And it goes, I heard the beautiful promises, and sure, I'm a river, but I can take a side. From this day, I'd rather keep afloat like wee folded paper boats, the hopes of young folk chanting at my bank, fear in their spring bright eyes. So hear this, fail them, and I will rise. And we just loved that poem. But it's that lovely kind of gentle hint of menace at the end in terms of fail our young folk and we will rise. Well, it turned out that there were more delegates from the fossil fuel lobbies at COP26 than there were delegates from any other nation. The next COP28 is actually being held in the United Arab Emirates. The chairman is also the chairman of COP28 is also the chairman of the UAE's national oil and gas company. So COP really is failing us, and it has been kind of taken over by the fossil fuel lobbies. One of the things about the fossil fuel lobbies is that they have a lot of money and a lot of clout, whereas we have numbers. So our aim really is twofold. Firstly, one of the things that we hope to do with Paperboats is showcase our nature writing, particularly our writing around the climate emergency. And we've just launched our first issue of our online zine, which is almost like a preview issue, really. So we've got writing a beautiful poem from Chris. We've got writing from Kathleen Jamie, Polly Pula, Leonie Charlton, and Karen Lloyd. We've just the deadline for submissions for issue 2 is just passed, and we've had a huge number of submissions from that. So clearly, writers are concerned about the climate crisis and really want to get involved in this. As we have no funding, we have no money to pay our writers either. So it just goes to show this writing's been donated for free. The time and energy is being donated for free because we all believe that this is such a critical issue. So the other thing that we wanted to do is actions speak louder than words. We didn't want to just write about the climate crisis. We wanted to take action on the climate crisis. And in particular, one of the key things that we recognize is that political engagement is hugely important. As I say, the fossil fuel lobbyists have huge resources at their disposal, which we can't compete with, but we can compete in numbers. So one of the things that we need to do, particularly now with the climate crisis, particularly in the light of our UK government now licensing new oil fields in the North Sea, and showing no signs of kind of stopping our reliance on fossil fuels or creating a just transition. And on all these issues like climate justice are just being ignored. So I don't believe climate change is a political issue, and it shouldn't be a political issue, but we do need political engagement, because we do need to tackle this through the mechanisms that we have in place. We don't have time for a revolution. We need to use the political clout that we do have. So what that means is that we want as many people as we can to step up and start engaging with their political representatives of all parties. And so we came up with the idea of making these paper boats and then sending them to political leaders of all parties to let them know that we really are concerned about climate change and we want them to take it seriously too. And if they don't take it seriously, then they're not going to have our support any longer. So we believe it's non-political, and it really is a warning to future leaders. So how does it work? How does it work? So one of the things that we really wanted to do was make sure that it was zero waste. It was, we weren't going to go printing leaflets. We weren't going to do anything that used new stuff. And so the idea was to take secondhand books, old magazines, or that symbolize something that's really important to people. And the great thing about the paper boat is that you can, the choice of book that you're tearing up says something in itself. So there's lots of opportunities to look at old books. As librarians, you might be horrified at the fact that we're tearing up books, but actually the secondhand bookshops are full of them, and we source all our books secondhand. So the idea is, and the beautiful thing about books is that they're the perfect size and shape for making paper boats. The pages are, so you just need something that's kind of oblong in shape. So so cut out the pages, fold them into paper boats, and we'll do this, and I'll show you some of the serendipitous paper boat quotes that you could look out for when you've folded all your paper boats, because you come up with some lovely little found poetry and things like that, which is a really lovely kind of addition to that. Yeah, so the next, once you've decided on the book to cut up and folded it into a paper boat, then the idea is to write a short story, just a few sentences, a paragraph, about your paper boat, the book you've chosen, what climate change means to you personally. And I think this is really important because it's the personal stories that matters. As a scientist, I've been banging on in facts and figures for years and years to very little result, to be honest, but it's the personal stories that people relate to, and we need more of these. So we're encouraging people to engage in their natural environment as well, but also to really think about what climate change is going to mean for them personally, or is already meaning for them personally. We're in the fortunate position in the UK that climate change is really only just starting to hit us, but there's countries that have been dealing with climate breakdown for 30 years now. So, but we're looking for personal stories, effectively. And once you've done that, once you've made a small flotilla of paper boats, that's when you get to send them to your elected representatives. And there's a great website called theyworkforyou.com, where you can look up, you can put in your postcode, and you can find out who all your local representatives are. So MPs, MSPs, local councillors, everybody. Doesn't matter what political party they're in, they all need to take climate change more seriously. So send them to your MPs and MSPs. And the idea behind this is that rather than signing petitions, which tend to get ignored, rather than just firing off emails from templates, they get ignored. Whereas if we're sending something that's a little bit more disarming, like a little paper boat, with your own story, it's more likely to get a response from elected representatives. The other thing that we can do also is send them to your bank, your building society, your pension scheme, asking them to divest. Now, I'll talk a little bit about climate literacy in a minute, but one of the issues, I've been a climate activist for many years. I speak to a lot of people on the streets about climate change, and I would say probably around 70% of people are really concerned about climate change, but when we ask what they do about it, quite often the response is that they recycle, which is fantastic. We love recycling, but it's not going to solve the climate crisis on its own. Reducing consumption is a huge part of it, but essentially now it's really critical that we have a really rapid transition away from fossil fuels. So and part of that is about funding. Part of that is about bringing that up with political leaders, but also about taking action that's more direct, like divesting bank accounts and pension schemes and things like that. So this is a really important way. This is a really good way to engage people in that side of climate activism that most people are kind of unaware of, but it's really critically important. So we're aiming to fold and collect 1,000 paper boats. This is based on the 1,000 crane idea from, if anybody's ever folded peace cranes, the idea is if you fold 1,000 peace cranes, your wish is granted. So we're aiming to fold 1,000 paper boats and collect them and take them to the Scottish Parliament in advance of COP28, just to make sure that our voices are heard and understood, that we're very worried about climate change. So we watch this space. We're in the process of working that out, figuring out how and when we're going to do that and the date, but it'll be around the end of November that we'll be doing that. So how can libraries join in? And as I say, we're very new. We're still figuring out what we're doing with all these with this kind of activism, but we'd love libraries to get involved. One of the key things that I think we'd love to see happen is what we're calling lifeboat stations. So maybe a table somewhere in a library where people can fold their paper boats, baskets to put the paper boats in to collect them for local representatives. So you could have a little basket for each of your local elected representatives to collect them, and this raises awareness about who people's representatives are, and gives them a direct link to be able to contact them and raise their awareness about their concerns about climate change. So it's really a way of encouraging people to engage in local politics. So there's a couple of things that we can do with these. Either you can, as librarians, you can deliver them directly to local representatives, or you can send them to us and we'll deliver them to the Scottish Parliament, or send them to where they need to go. We're actually going to be setting up our first lifeboat station next week in a local reuse hub in Stirling, which is very exciting. Again, we're aiming to use nothing new. So rather than we'll have a little digital kit that we can send out with instructions and information on it. But ideally what we want is for people to be creative about how they set up their lifeboat stations by making sure that you use nothing new, reusing what you've got, making use of anything that's getting thrown away. So it's ideally we want this to be zero resource use as well as zero waste. So other ways in which we think libraries might be able to join in. This is a quote from Catherine Hayhoe, who wrote a brilliant book called Saving Us, and it's all about having climate conversations. And her view is that the most important thing you can do to fight climate change is to talk about it. We have a surprisingly low level of climate literacy in this country in terms of people understanding what the issues are and how they can tackle them. I think somebody in one of the earlier presentations talked about not raising awareness about the climate and things that they can do, because most people are unaware of actually, they feel overwhelmed by climate change and really unsure about how to tackle it and what to do with it. Well, one of the most important things that we can do about it is to talk about it. But better than that, and this is where libraries are really well placed, is to talk about it in a very informed way. So we've got an essential reading list that we've put together, and it's great to see that the Scottish Book Trust have done the same thing. With my other hat on, I'm also part of the Rebel Library team. So if you go to rebellibrary.com, it's been mentioned earlier in the day, that's a great resource for environmental books. And they've got huge sections on non-fiction and fiction. But we're also going to put together a list of about 10 or 15 books that really are, we think, essential reading for climate literacy. The other thing that one of my probably most joyous forms of environmental activism is Climate Book Club. And we run a climate book club. We read a book once every couple of months, and then we discuss it. And actually the difference in having a conversation about climate and having a really well-informed conversation about climate is huge. So I think we need to do a lot of work about raising awareness and raising climate literacy. We can also run, as Paperboat writers, we can also run nature workshops and environment workshops. So again, going back to that issue of enhancing connections with of people with nature, which is really important. About 9 of our authors are on the Scottish Book Trust Live Literature funding list. They're approved authors, and so they could, if libraries want to apply for the Live Literature Fund, they can have one of our Paperboats authors come along and do a Paperboat workshop or present their own nature writing, but then with an environmental climate type stance, and also do some paperboat folding at the same time. So those are all the ways that we think libraries might be able to get involved, but we would love to hear from you about how you think you can get involved, if there's other ways that we haven't really pinpointed. I think there's a lot of ways in which we could possibly work together, but our principal aim is to get more people engaged in the politics of climate. Not that it's a political issue, but we have to work with our political leaders, whether we like it or not, and also to raise the level of climate literacy. So that's a brief whirlwind explanation of Paperboats, how we came about. So we'd love you to all join in, get in touch with us, work with us. Let's see how we can do things, how we can get this off the ground. But let's make a boat. So if you've all got a bit of paper, and I mentioned about the boats that the books that we tear up. So because my background is climate science, I'm a big fan of cutting up climate science books. And the idea is, what's the point of having the climate science if the politicians are not paying attention? So climate science books are brilliant. I love this book. This is Mark Madlen's book, How to Save Our Planet. And it makes the best Paperboats because they have these big quotes on them, as well as all the kind of text information as well. They have great quotes. It's a really pithy, to the point book. It's fantastic. So that's one that we cut up. Mark Madlen loves the fact that we're tearing up his book. Yeah, I
was just going to add, Sandy, the big advantage with Paperboats is that there's a lot of people obviously tend to get a bit put off by people who kind of like direct action and all the stuff that ends up on the news. Although I have a lot of admiration for these people, but ask somebody to make a Paperboat or give them a Paperboat, it seems a lot more accessible for a lot of people. It's a way for people to begin to think and talk and read about climate and nature without feeling intimidated. And I think this is the big thing. When we had an event at the Edinburgh Book Festival on a Sunday, just had a stall, and people loved it. People loved coming up and taking a Paperboat or making a Paperboat and just talking about the climate and the environment. And this, I think, is a really important strand of the climate change movement, and trying to get people talking about it, which works in complementary way to those who perhaps do more kind of overt forms of direct action. But this, I think, is a way of really really engaging people. I think
Yeah,
there's still a lot of potential here.
it is. I've been having climate conversations for years and years, and I can honestly say the humble little paper boat is the most disarming conversation starter I have ever had. If you walk up to somebody and say, "Would you like a paper boat?" Everybody says yes. So yeah. One of the other books that we're tearing up is this one, The Future We Choose. This is a really hopeful book. It's a really interesting one. It's the one that really galvanized my climate activism. And it basically presents two potential futures: the one that we're on now, which is based on a fossil fuel consumption, and the one that we could be building. And I think this is what librarians are already doing in this group. They're already rolling up their sleeves and building this future, and it does revolve around circular economies and sustainability. So that's another one. The other one, Hothouse Earth, we've been tearing that one up this week. This is a really good one. For anybody who thinks 1.5 degrees is just going to be a nice little pleasant summer's day, I can thoroughly recommend that. Terrifying, but also quite hopeful as well, because it's got answers in it as well. What's the other one? Chopped Up David Attenborough. Which is horrendous. But actually, again, what's the point of having all this? I grew up on David Attenborough, but if it's not going to be there for our kids, why are we keeping those books? So let's make a boat. So I'm going to take one of these pages. So one of the things is that whatever's on the top, when you fold it on the inside, will probably come out around about the edges of the boat. So if I look at David Attenborough's book, so this has got the title of that chapter. When you fold it into Paperboats, those chapter titles come out really nicely on the edge of the boat. So I'm gonna have a go at this one. I don't know how it will come out. So start off by folding your paper in half. Decide which way that you want to try and get something to come out on the side of it. Fold it in half.
Sandy, should we bring the slides down so that people can see?
Yes,
So
sorry,
that the screen is bigger? Oh, that's
there we
fab.
go.
You see your
Okay.
page. Amazing.
So I've got this here. I want to try and get this to come out at the top. Fold it in half like that. So you've got the open bit at the bottom. And then fold it in half again. Okay, so you've got that. And then what you want to do is fold these corners down into the middle, like that. Okay. I'll put the link on. I'll put the link for a YouTube tutorial. So you should have something like that. Okay, and then what you want to do is this bottom bit here is fold it up into the middle, so as it meets the bottom line of those two folded in there, and you can already see that there's a bit starting up there. So let me fold that. You've got that kind of folded halfway up, and then fold that all the way up. How are we doing? Okay. Okay, and then these little corners here fold over to the back. Okay, and then you've got the other side. You're going to do exactly the same, but don't fold the corners over. So fold it halfway up and then all the way up to the top. So you should have this. Corners on one side are folded over, corners on the other side not folded over. How are we doing? Everybody following along? Okay, now this is the slightly trickier bit. So open it out underneath and fold it into a square. Got that? Yeah. Okay. Now the bottom bit, you're going to fold halfway up, like that. And then the same on the other side to match it. Okay, and then once again, turn it sideways, open it out. Squish it in the middle, and then pull these two sides out and squish it down. Woohoo! Fantastic.
I'm going to shut my brain. Sandy, you're so much better than mine.
I have had so much practice. So there we go. There's your little paper boat. And then we've got stamps as well. So we can we can always send you some stamps so that you can stamp paper boats on the side for the website. So has anybody got any lovely little found poems on that? So mine's end up with the link between work and. It wasn't very exciting, that one. But I've had some really good ones. I like this one. I like this is from Mark Maslin's book. After nearly 40 years of neoliberalism, the IMF has declared this approach is jeopardizing the future of the world. So those are great little quotes to send to politicians, and you can have a look and see what quotes might suit which of your local politicians or your banks or anything like that. So yeah, this one's made out of David Attenborough. What's this one? This is made out of the future we choose. So there's some lovely. Has anybody got any nice serendipitous found poems or little quotes on their paper boats?
Was my kind of notes for today. So I've got, well, it's kind of on the inside of the ship, on the mast, whatever. Unity of advocacy, the biggest footprint, inclusive definition, green pages. So a lot of our keywords from today, setting sail. But I'm glad you're recording, Sandy, because I will need to revise this.
Can I just add that the stamp and the paperboats.org, we'd love people to visit the website. That's where the e-zine is on, and there'll be we're launching a new e-zine too. But it's also what we're hoping to put up on the website are more and more resources that people can use, either writers groups, librarians, teachers, and so on. So writing exercises, reading lists. I mean, I've just been thinking of questions, green questions you can ask of any book. You know, people might want to just produce those and give them out to people who are borrowing books from the library. So all these things are very good. And I'm just going to give a wee plug for the next Paperboats event, as it were, which is going to be part of a Day for Nature at Stirling University on the 4th of November. So we'll be, as well, at the university, there'll be an art workshop there to do with climate change and nature. We'll be having a panel discussion about landscapes, how people feel about landscapes and how they're changing. And we'll also be launching issue 2 of the e-zine, and writers will be reading from their work there. So maybe that's also a kind of template for something that libraries might adapt as well. We might be able to host this kind of thing, especially if you have an environmentalist in residence, which is a great idea. Such a great idea.
Brilliant, thanks, Chris. So yeah, please get in touch with us. You can email us at hello@paperboats.org. We'd love to work with lots of libraries. We'd love to have little collection stations in libraries for our event around COP28. We'd love you to be involved in helping us make 1,000 paper boats. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, Sandy. Thanks, Chris. That was incredible. So fun to get our craftivism going this afternoon. And yeah, there's so many parallels with libraries. I mean, climate literacy, as apparent from today, is something that's very much at the forefront of our minds. And I think that idea, it's actually very moving, libraries as lifeboat stations, because that is, we are, Damien Barr, a wonderful advocate for Scotland's libraries, has said we're not all in the same boat, but we are in the same storm. And really, libraries, we do want to, often the only community space remaining where the barriers are broken down and people can come together. So it's so wonderful to see how climate action and community action can parallel here. And you in the profession, we it's known as weeding when we go through our collections regularly and pluck out what's maybe had its day, what books have seen seen better shelves. So some of them I think will be turning into paper boats before too much longer. And I see that people in the chat are already earmarking where they're going to send theirs, which is wonderful. We've got some local addresses for sure. And you know, there are 1,200 CILIPS members across Scotland and beyond. So if everybody makes a paper boat, then we will have our flotilla before too long. And we'll make sure that those events go in the CILIPS calendar as well. So thank you both. That was absolutely inspiring, as Eleanor's put in the chat. I'm really, really excited to see where this goes.
Thank you. Thanks.
Amazing. So
thanks ever so much for having us. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And yes, speaking of exciting developments, Sean, I'm going to hand over to you now for our final session, which is a piece of research like all we've heard from today that we are very excited about here at CILIPS.
Yes, thank you, Kirsten, and yeah, thank you to all our speakers so far. It's really been some fascinating stuff, and thanks to all our participants for sticking around for the full day, which hasn't been hard because every project has been so engaging and interesting. So we really appreciate everyone's time and engaging with what is you know, can be a challenging but also very important and engaging topic. So thank you. Yeah, so we have one more formal session today. So I'm just going to introduce our speakers here for this one. So this one is a project which is especially important to us at CILIPS because we are collaborating on it, and we're collaborating with the University of Strathclyde on this project, education for sustainable development through libraries, and looking at how every library and information professional can have an impact. This was funded by the SLIC Innovation and Development Fund, and we are supporting with some additional funding going forward. And this part of the project, which was SLIC funded, looked at gathering some data from surveys, and then we'll go on to some other things around interviews, looking at what public and school libraries are doing to promote and contribute towards the sustainable development goals. I'll not say much more about it because I'm sure Gobinder and researcher Ellie Jack, so we've got Professor Gobinder Chowdhury and researcher Ellie Jack, who are both joining us today to tell you a bit more about the project. So I'd like to welcome you both, and if you are going to be sharing screen or anything, then please go ahead just now and take it away from here.
Lovely, thank you, Sean. Let me just see if this is going to work. Can we all see my lovely slides?
Yep, that's fine. Yep, you can just see them in the sort of pre-slideshow. Yep, that's us. Good to go.
Lovely. Yeah, so hi everyone. My name is Ellie. I recently completed my master's degree in information and library science at the University of Strathclyde, and I'm now a research assistant there working on this very important project. So today I'm going to tell you about the current project, which is in collaboration with the lovely people at CILIPS. And we're looking at libraries, sustainable development and climate change, specifically the role of Scottish public and school libraries in working towards the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. I'm going to introduce the topic and give you a bit of context, talk about the aims, goals and purpose of the research, explain the research methods used, discuss the results and the key findings, and finally explain how some of you can get involved in the next stages of the project. So it's widely acknowledged that public and school libraries have a significant role to play in the climate agenda and working towards the SDGs. Libraries have a great potential to influence societal change and contribute positively to the common good through leading by example, educating users, promoting behaviours and providing access to important information and resources. They can make a difference to individuals and communities as well. We've seen today some of the excellent examples of the work that's going on around the country. But little is actually known about the state of play within Scotland's library service, and there's not that much data currently available. The research aimed to fill some of these gaps, specifically focusing on SDG 13, which is to tackle urgent action, which will allow the library and information science field to optimise libraries to become more sustainable institutions. So the aim of the project is to examine what public and school libraries are doing to promote and contribute towards this SDGs. is to provide a clear understanding of what activities, programs, and practices contribute to combating climate change within the library sector. The research will gather data from public and school libraries across Scotland, investigate what factors have an impact on sustainable initiatives, and ask about any training that's available to staff in libraries as well. The objectives are to discover if a framework can be created to measure the impact of these library initiatives on the climate change agenda and to explore ways of improving educations for librarians. So these are the research questions here. What role do public libraries have in promoting and working towards the SDGs? How do libraries contribute towards meeting them? Which initiatives, policies, and programs are the most effective at meeting the goals, indicators, and targets? And what challenges do public libraries face in becoming more sustainable institutions, and how can these be overcome? So we chose a survey as the primary method of gathering both qualitative and quantitative data for analysis. We made 2 surveys, one for public libraries and one for school libraries, because they're a little bit different in how they function. But there was significant overlap in the questions that asked. These were developed with reference to the Green Libraries Partnership Survey, which was a project in England looking at the same kind of things. The OCLC Global Council Survey was also referred to for guidance as well. So the survey each consisted of 5 sections, asking questions on several themes, including library services, library activities, thoughts on sustainability, staff training and awareness, and challenges and opportunities. We built the survey on Google Forms, and the lovely folks at CILIPS helped distribute it as well to reach as many libraries as possible. And it was open for 6 weeks, and we got 35 responses. And we did that, then did some statistical data analysis. As the survey allowed the opportunity for librarians to share in their own words their experiences, thoughts, and ideas on the topic, which was providing really relevant data for the project as well. The public library survey had 18 respondents, and the school library had 17. This covers a total of 23 local authority areas in Scotland, and it was estimated to include 207 public libraries, providing a very good sample of Scotland's library service. So here's some of the key findings that we've got. The survey data revealed that 1/3 of public library services currently have a climate policy, while 38% are currently working on one. Only 6% of school libraries have a policy and 30% are working on it. This suggests that climate action is more of a concern for public libraries and school libraries currently, and shows that public libraries are further on in their sustainability journey than school libraries are. This is again reflected in the length of time libraries have been working on climate action and engagement, with the majority of public libraries having been working on it for several months, while school libraries are mostly in the planning stages, as you can see in the graphs here. So looking at some of the most common areas of action amongst the library surveyed, we can see some of the key activities that have been undertaken as part of sustainability action. The chart shows that for some public libraries, reducing building energy is popular, as is reducing the amount of waste, sourcing green alternatives, and providing book collections and information for users too. For school libraries, down at the bottom here, we can see the main activity is providing access to information through the book collections. This data highlights that perhaps public libraries are maybe able to do a bit more to reduce their physical carbon footprint than school libraries are. Maybe they have more power over those decisions. However, it is also interesting to see that the education and awareness-based actions seem to be underutilized by the school libraries, as shown by the fact that only half of the school libraries surveyed work with teachers to educate children on the climate issues. Another important revelation within the data was the availability of climate and sustainability training to staff. Only 1/3 of staff in public libraries were aware of any, and just 11% of school library staff knew of any appropriate training for them. And here we can see some of the key challenges faced by libraries in implementing sustainability action. For public libraries, the main hurdles are a lack of money and human resources. This differs for school libraries, where their key challenges is being unsure of the right thing to do and a lack of knowledge and expertise. This consensus is also reflected in the data from the following survey question, asking about the type of support that would help going forward. Public libraries highlighted a desire for more funding, practical guides or tools, and more access to climate training. School libraries also highlighted training and access to guides or tools as being most helpful for them. there was a consensus amongst library staff that libraries do have a very important role to play in the climate agenda, and they have a big potential to contribute positively to the agenda as well, through resource sharing, being trusted role models for communities, and educating users. And we can see here some of the quotes that were taken from the survey. Very interesting to look at there. So the next part of the project involves using this new knowledge to develop some solutions to some of the challenges faced by libraries, and to help libraries become more sustainable institutions and to guide their users to be more climate considerate. Simple awareness and literacy programs are going to be developed for both school and public library users. So phase 2 of the project will involve conducting some interviews with library staff to gather feedback on the resources. So if you're interested in taking part in this, please do get in touch with us, as it would be great to have as many participants from as wide a variety of positions as possible. And then phase 3 will consist of a workshop with relevant industry professionals to disseminate the information gathered and generated throughout the project. And that is a wee summary of the work that we've achieved so far in the project. I hope you can see how important this topic is and how we can appreciate the significant role libraries have. The results of the survey are encouraging, and hopefully we've given you some ideas or things to think about in terms of implementing sustainable action in your library. Thanks so much for listening to me. I think Professor Gbunda is now going to say some few things.
Thanks, Ellie, and thanks, Sean, also for introducing us. Now, there are a couple of things that I would like to draw your attention to, and this has been my interest. Sustainable libraries and sustainability has been for quite some time. I have been working around the concept of sustainable information, sustainable libraries for over 15 years now. The first set of articles that I wrote were in 2007, 2008. Now, if you look at the data set that Ellie just shared, obviously we have found that both school and public libraries, they are now gearing up towards making contributions to sustainable development. And we also have noticed that there are constraints, obviously, resources primarily, both in terms of financial resources as well as staff resources. So these are the constraints, but what I would like to remind all of you, and this is basically for all of us, is that libraries are the only institutions anywhere in the world. If you think of all the libraries, school libraries, public libraries, and academic libraries, that have the exclusive access to the world population. If you think of all the school libraries, university libraries, and public libraries in Scotland, we have access to the entire population. And therefore, also if you see that the climate change, yes, it is the responsibility of the organizations, government, industries, businesses, and so on. But these are run by people. So if we can really use our strength to reach out to these people, then we can really make a massive contribution. Yes, so this brings us to two areas. In my view, we can say that libraries can contribute to the sustainable and climate change agenda in one of the two ways. As an institution, yes, and if you look at the slides that Ellie has shared, libraries already have been doing something with regard to their energy consumption, with regard to their building, wherever possible, of course, and also with regard to reducing waste and so on. So that's libraries' contribution as an institution. But libraries are much more than that. Libraries provide service. Libraries have played a huge role in education. And now it is the education for sustainable development. And this is where I think libraries can really play to their strengths. So let's put our heads together and try and think that how, through what kind of services libraries can directly and indirectly, that is in collaboration with others like teachers, academics in the universities, as well as the local agencies, NGOs, charities, and so on, how we can join hands to promote, to teach everyone, to let everyone understand the challenges of the climate change. And more importantly, everyone can make a difference, even if it is a small one. Okay, for the entire country, 5.5 million people in Scotland can make such a big difference. And this is where we come in, the libraries. So this is the beginning, this project that we are doing, I'm glad that and thankful to SLIC for providing us some funding, and also to CILIPS for providing us a top up on that. And also they are actively contributing and supporting us in this project. So the first phase of the project, we have at least understood where we are, what libraries are doing, what challenges they are facing. But my interest, and I hope sincerely that we can continue this work and kind of reach a stage where every library plays its role in educating the people that they have access to, whether it is the school children who will be our future generation, policymakers, thinkers, politicians, scientists, researchers, activists, whatever, at the universities, and more importantly, in public libraries for the entire community, that how we can embed education for sustainable development within our services. And that can be by building collections and resources. I hope that with CILIPS, I'd be able to, at least as part of this project towards the end, we should be able to build at least some resources, open access resources that anybody can share to create awareness. I hope that we would be able to prepare at least something to begin with, not the complete list, but at least something that everybody can do in their everyday life to make a difference, for example, cumulatively. And of course, one of the ambitions of this project is to help us, the library and information professionals, to understand what are the measures, what are we measuring for sustainable development, our contributions to sustainable development. So can we say, for example, come up with some ideas as to what we are going to measure and how we are going to measure, so that every library end of the year can say that we have had so many events, so many meetings, so many presentations, so many access to our collections on climate change and sustainable development, so that collectively we can prepare some metrics and demonstrate to the policymakers, demonstrate to our funders, demonstrate to the general public that libraries are actually playing a key role in promoting the concept of sustainable development and empowering people. I think that is the key thing, that we can empower people, educate people to take active part in climate change discussions, debates, influencing policies, and doing their bit, whatever it is, even if not driving a day in a week, can have so much effect for 1 million people. So that's our hope, that we should be able to do something towards that. This is the beginning, and I'm very thankful once again to SLIC and also to my wonderful colleagues at CILIPS who are actively involved in this. So that's the hope, and I obviously want all of your participation and support in enabling us as a community to empower people to make changes in the climate change debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Govinda. And just to echo Kate in the chat, that is very inspiring, an inspiring call. And I'm optimistic we can achieve all of this and create these resources or toolkits or whatever else to start to measure and inspire others. And thank you, Ellie. That was a fantastic presentation and beautiful slides as well. I think both aesthetically and in terms of the content, that was really, really good. Thank you. I think, one of the interesting things that came back is that some librarians feel powerless in their institutions to what they can do. But I would say that that's not likely true for everyone. Different people will be at different stages, and hopefully this project can start to inspire everyone, regardless of how much power they have over their institution, to still be able to do something to reach their users. And that's such a good point about us being able to reach everyone. I don't think I've thought about it that way, and that is also very inspiring. So thank you. And I think the point around climate training, I think that's something that we can learn from at CILIPS. But from earlier on, the climate literacy toolkit that the NLS are working on, I think that shows that there is some progression in that. And hopefully, if we did this survey in a couple of years, it would be different answers. So thank you to both of you. I'm just has anyone got any questions for either Ellie or Govinda on the toolkit? Certainly, I would say, just if you're thinking of any questions, that point about the interviews, do please get involved if you're working. I know a lot of people on this event will be working in these, and these are the people that I know Govinda and Ellie would be particularly keen to speak to get your thoughts and input. So yes, do get in touch if you would like to. And yes, and I can see you've got one person definitely keen to get involved, and I'm sure there'll be others. Okay, so on that note, I would just like to thank both Ellie and Govinda again, and thank the other speakers being involved today. I'm now going to just pass over to Kirsten, though, who will lead us into the final part of the day. So thank you all.
Gosh, what a finale. My goodness, Govinda, that was just so rousing and articulating, I think, the spirit of the entire day. And Ellie, this research it's challenging in the best possible way. We're so honoured to be part of it and so excited to see where it leads, and wonderful to see in the chat already we've got some possible participants for interviews, so watch this space. I'm going to pop in the chat also, if anyone does have to leave us now, firstly, thank you very much for being part of today. Please take a moment to fill in our short, sweet evaluation to enrich future CILIPS events, future CILIPSGoGreen events. But seeing as we are a gathering of green champions, I think it's fair to call all of you here today, what we thought for our final half hour is actually to let you connect with one another. So I'm going to open up, it's entirely optional, but I'm going to open up a few breakout rooms. I'll do in 2 blocks of 10 minutes. So if you're really having a wonderful, sustainable conversation, just let me know. We can keep the rooms or we can reshuffle them depending on what suits you best. But I'm going to open up breakout rooms now. If you're lucky, you might even be in with one of our speakers. So I'm sure you can ask them many questions, and then we'll come together just for final thanks when we're approaching 4 o'clock. But I think so many of us we're filled with inspiration after the wonderful sessions that we've heard throughout the day, and yeah, we can continue to gain ideas and insights from one another. So with that, I will pause our recording, open up the breakout rooms, and yeah, we will look forward to continuing the conversation. Thanks, everyone. Yes, welcome back, everyone. And with that, I think it's time to bring Scotland's first ever Green Libraries gathering to a close. It's been an incredible day. I have 3 calls to action for you before we wrap up. One of which is to join the Green Libraries Network. If you haven't already, you've heard a few mentions of it today. Simply just, you all have my email by now, kirsten.macquarie@cilips.org.uk. Please don't hesitate to get in touch so that we can have you part of that network. It's now over 100 strong professionals across Scotland, across the UK, across the world, and we would love to have you as Green Champions sharing your ideas there. Call to action number 2 is get involved with Green Libraries Week. You can imagine that this was the warm-up. You can scarcely comprehend the fun that is going to be happening next week as we celebrate how library-led environmental action in all its forms. So yes, watch out for CILIPS social media. We have that at Glasgow Women's Library Visit. We have the library litter pick and so much more. And last but not least, my 3rd call to you all before I let you go today and enjoy your Friday evenings is just to come together to thank all our speakers. Thanks to Lara, Mary, Susan and Pamela, to Wendy and Caroline, to Catherine, to Donna, to Eleanor, to Sandy and Chris, to Govinda and Ellie, and to all of you for being here. It has been an incredible day. We hope the seeds of inspiration, one last plant pun before we go, have been well and truly planted. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you at another CILIPS event very soon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Chris. Thank you.